everybody. How are you guys doing? Please tell me in the comments where you guys are tuning in from, where you're watching from, what city, what country, what state, what town, what village you're in. I've been trying to work out what the problem is in the notification business, because some of you have been telling me that you do get notifications, or you did get a notification for this live stream, but you didn't get a notification for others, or vice versa. It sounds very mixed and weird. So what Mark in the comments suggested, for example, is you know, telling everybody to actually hit the bell notification, making sure they're subscribed, and that's one way to counter the repression, because I do think there is a bias in the algorithm, and when it comes to certain issues, they basically suppress it. So to make sure you guys do get a notification, please do that. And if you want to get a notification by email, there's the newsletter. I mean, it's not really a newsletter because I don't like spamming people, but it's just an email service. When I go live, I send you a link. It's RichardMedhurst.substack.com. And actually, I'm not sure where Claudia is, but she was with. I was speaking to her just a little while ago, so I'm sure she'll be here in a minute. She is putting the links usually in the chat, and I'll type this one out for you. There it is. So that's the email thing. In any case, let me read out your places of origin. Yes, we've got viewers coming in from Northern California, from Toronto, from Copenhagen, from Florida, from China, from Cyprus, from New York, from Chicago, from Montreal, Nottingham, Bosnia. Someone is tuning in from the Kingdom of Living Rumia. That sounds like a nice place. And there we go. Ohio, Toronto, Washington, D.C., Cincinnati, Canada, Austin, Texas, Sweden, Australia, Singapore. That's really great. That's lovely. I see Cheryl is also tuned in. She's got her face, my face in her username, because she's a member on the well, she's joined as a member on YouTube. So thank you for your monthly support, Cheryl. I really don't have anything to offer to you guys except emojis. So, you know, that's the deal. Anyway, let's kind of get down to the subjects and go through them, because, you know, this is some very, very unfortunate news. Give me a second. Okay. So you guys can see that? Yeah. Okay. Looks like it's working. So a Palestinian prisoner, his name is Khader Adnan, just died this morning. He was 45 years old. And he was on his 86th day of hunger strike. So basically, he had not eaten for 3 months. And the reason that he refused to eat was that he was protesting his administrative detention. And that is basically when the Israelis take Palestinians, they detain them. They're not even, they're not given any charge. And if they are charged, it's secret. So if you're under administrative detention, you're not allowed to even know why you are in prison. Your lawyer is not even allowed to know why you're in prison. They can detain you for 6 months at a time and renew it indefinitely, forever. So you have people who've literally been in prison for years and they don't know why, and he is one of them. All right. So I will. And you know, this is a very, very significant moment. And I'm going to say it straight up to you. You know, Khader Adnan is basically the Bobby Sands of Palestine. Make no mistake about it, because he is the guy who kind of, there were hunger strikes before in the past. There have been hunger strikes going on since the 1970s, you know, in protest to Israel's administrative detention. But in the modern era, so let's say post Second Intifada, he's really the one who's kind of, made it popular again, shall we say, among prisoners. And he's the first Palestinian prisoner to die of hunger strike since 1992. So you realize how significant this is. So I just wanted, this is his picture. So the mainstream media did cover it to a certain extent. Obviously he's going to receive less favorable coverage in the Western media because they say, oh well, he was part of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is which is recognized as a terrorist group by Israel and some other countries. Okay, but what does that have to do with keeping him in detention for years without charge or trial? I call that terrorism. Yeah, I call that terrorism. I think most of the world would agree that's terrorism. So in any case, Khader Adnan, he was born in Jenin. Of course, Jenin refugee camp, which is in the West Bank. And again, you think of this concept that you have people who are refugees inside their own country. They're not going to another country to seek refuge. They've been made and turned into refugees in their own country, right? That's how you have things like Jenin refugee camp. So Khader Adnan, he has a bachelor's degree in mathematics. He had a master's degree in economics, and he was also a baker, right? I told you he just passed away at 45 years old. He had 9 children, and his political career really began with joining Palestinian and Islamic Jihad. Okay, so this is a resistance faction, a Palestinian faction in the web of them, and I something that I was trying to get across to people is that in recent years you're seeing less and less, and especially today, less and less of a distinction between these groups, because they've managed to unite as one front. So we don't talk anymore about resistance against Israel or resistance against America or whoever who's in the Middle East as, this is from Hezbollah, that's from Hamas, this is from PIJ. No one talks in these terms anymore, at least not in outside the Western media where you get actual news. So the fact that he was in PIJ or whether he was in Hamas, it literally makes no difference, right? They were hunting this guy, and the Palestinian Prime Minister called his death an assassination, and I agree. They were hunting this guy just for resisting Israel. That's the whole point of it. Okay, that's the whole point. And the fact that he's never been convicted of a crime, I mean, this is ridiculous. This is insanity. It's insanity. Let me just read you a couple of lines here. So, Khader Adnan, he spent 12 years. He was arrested 12 times, right? And spent about 8 years in total in jail. 8 years in prison. Doesn't know why. And he's done 5 hunger strikes since 2004. And just to elaborate a bit more on you, of course, they didn't really mention this in the Western press, but I'm gonna tell you exactly what. His first hunger strike was with a group of detainees in 2004, 2005. It was something that lasted about 25 days. Okay, so his first hunger strike. Then he did another hunger strike in 2011, 2012, and this is, I think, what made him really famous back then and really popular in Palestine, because he went on a hunger strike for 66 days. 66 days, okay? That's his second hunger strike. The third hunger strike he did in 2015, and that was 58 days. And then in 2018, he did 54 days of hunger strike. 2021, his hunger strike was 25 days long, and then they released him 5 days later because he managed to get the Israelis to release him. And this hunger strike, which is his 6th hunger strike, is what killed him at 86 days of no food. So you can see he's done this multiple times, but and most of them were for 2 months at a time. Can you imagine not eating for 2 months at a time? This is one of the purest and whole forms of political activism, of protesting against an evil power, and of having a choice in the issue, right? His refusal to eat is him taking back the reins on the situation. And let me tell you something. More and more frequently, the Israelis are giving in to their demands when they go on hunger strike. The problem is, though, that they usually, and keep in mind, they're usually about to die at this point. That's how malnourished they are, okay? I'm not just talking about Khader Adnan, I'm talking in general. This is what you call, this is intentional medical negligence, okay? Intentional medical negligence. They refuse to treat them. Some hospitals refuse to admit them. I mean, this is a war crime in and of itself, because an occupying power, and Jesus Christ, man, these laws were written way before you and I were born. You know, they go back 100 years, these laws. If you're an occupying power, you have to take care of your prisoners, okay? Well, 100 years is the Hague Convention, right? But still, we're getting close to 100, you know? Geneva Convention, there are multiple Geneva Convention. Look at the 4th Geneva Convention. You can look it up online there, and I've gone through these articles a million times with you. The occupying power had, you know, by de facto, by being in charge, they must take care of the civilians and the prisoners. And another war crime in all of this is that they're treating civilians as if they were in a tribunal, in a military tribunal, or being court-martialed or something, which is ridiculous. You know, if an Israeli is charged with a crime in Israel, he will be taken in front of a civilian court, a civil court, okay? But if a Palestinian is accused of the exact same crime, they will take that Palestinian in front of a military court, a military tribunal. This is a war crime. You are not allowed to try civilians as military members of the armed forces or the military. But that's exactly what they do to you when you're detained under administrative detention. So it's this whole issue is like a series of war crimes. And unfortunately, he's dead. Now he's dead. I literally, just yesterday, I wrote a thread about this guy. Yesterday. Look, on Twitter, I wrote an entire thread about him. I said, can you imagine going to jail without even being told why? And every 6 months, your detention is renewed. And when you're released from prison, they bring you back in and out and back in and out over and over. Look at that. I posted that 1st of May. 2nd of May, he passes away. This is really evil. This is really evil. And so what happened after, they discovered him dead and unresponsive in his cell today, the Palestinians fired rockets out of Gaza. Remember, this guy is from PIJ and he's born in the West Bank. But you're seeing rocket fire from Gaza, from Gaza. You see again, this is a united front. Because in the past, you wouldn't have had that happening. Now you have this happening. When there's an injustice in Jerusalem, Gaza will fire. When there's an injustice in the West Bank, Gaza will fire. Syria will fire. Lebanon will fire. You don't know what's going to happen now. You know, the rules of the game are changing. The rules of action are changing. Okay? The rules of engagement are absolutely being transformed. Now, it even says it here in Al Jazeera. They say that an umbrella group of armed Palestinian factions, including Hamas and Islamic Jihad, claimed responsibility for rocket barrages toward Israel. Then in response, the Israelis fired artillery shells on several areas in the eastern parts of Gaza and Khan Yunis. And then the Palestinians went on general strike. Okay, so you had shopkeepers, businesses, everybody shut down. Everybody. General strike in the West Bank. Just because of this outrage of him dying in Israeli custody, not being given medical attention, being imprisoned in the first place, right? So, but Netanyahu, of course, he scurries off to meet security officials and assess the situation, meaning he's scared shitless. You know, maybe you should have scurried off and held a meeting with your security officials to release the guy before he dies, right? Why don't you do that? No. This is really assassination. This is absolutely a form of assassination. You know, what's the difference? Because if you kill this guy with a gun, or whether you put him in prison and let him rot in there until he literally dies, in and out of prison, it's the same thing, right? If you're Israel, it's the same thing for you. Apparently, they're really scared of bakers these days, you know? I didn't know actually that he had a bachelor's in mathematics and a master's in economics. I didn't know that about him. I know I just discovered that today, but before I'd even done that thread on him and spoken about him to you guys, I was speaking to you about Khader Adnan on this channel like several weeks ago, was I not? Do you know why? Because that's when the doctor who visited him raised the alarm and sounded the alarm. I'll read you this quote. This is magically, apparently it was actually in the Guardian. So, so this doctor, Lina Qadam Hassan, the chair of Physicians for Human Rights Israel, she visited Adnan on the 23rd of April, and she said that, quote, his cognitive function was good enough to talk to me, but he was very weak, losing consciousness regularly. He was clearly dying. He said he wanted to live. It doesn't matter what medical colleagues thought about him or that he refused help. Their job is to save lives. The guidelines for dealing with hunger strikers are clear. He should have been taken to hospital after day 45. Now, you see that she's saying he refused help. This is out of principle, okay? The hunger strikers always say we refuse food and we refuse any help out of principle, because if they force feed them or stick a needle in their arm or whatever it is and nourish them just so they're breathing, it defies the whole point of their hunger strike. Okay, but she is saying, as a doctor, no matter where you are from, you have taken an oath, you have sworn an oath that you will seek to protect lives. And as I was telling you before, some clinics, some hospitals, they refuse to treat these guys at all. Like the audacity, really the audacity. Right now, Israel is holding more than 1,000 Palestinian detainees in administrative detention. 1,000. That's 1,000 people that have not been charged with a crime, that if they were charged, don't know what the charges are because it's classified, quote unquote. Their lawyers are not allowed to know what they've been charged with, their families, no one, literally no one. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. At least when people are given a prison sentence in most countries, and even if it's wrong, right? Because in their cases, they're basically punishing these guys for resisting Israeli occupation, right? The entire planet agrees that Jerusalem is occupied, the West Bank is occupied, and Gaza is besieged. There's no question of this legally, morally, ethically, in any domain. And the UN has ratified this, has said so much, and passed UN Security Council resolutions. The whole world agrees on this. So these guys, under any law you like, they have the right to resist, whether they want to throw, cocktails, they want to throw stones, they want to fire rockets. I don't care. It's their business. But the Israelis are punishing them, right? They're punishing them and treating them as terrorists without even telling them, right? So maybe they've been arrested for parking tickets. I really don't know. Nobody knows. 1,000 people, right? 1,000 people. Since 1967, you can see here from Al Jazeera, right? They had put up here that because this is an article from 2017, and I was going through it because they have a timeline of hunger strikes. And it was very good. But they were saying basically that since 1967, you've had 800,000 Palestinians going in and out of military courts, right? I mean, my brain cannot even grasp that, right? How obscene that is, how absurd that is, really. Let me go through this with you because in the first time here, let me show you. The first time a Palestinian prisoner was killed in hunger strike, during their hunger strike, I say killed, not passed away, killed. This was in Asqalan prison in 1970. During this hunger strike, Abdel Qadir Abu al-Faham becomes the first Palestinian prisoner to die during a hunger strike. He dies as a result of force feeding by Israeli prison authorities who inserted a nasal feeding tube into his lungs instead of his stomach. I mean, they put it into his lungs instead of his stomach. This is, you murdered someone, man. I don't care what you call it. That's murder. You killed this person. Prisoners called for allowing stationery. Oh my God, they wanted pencils. They're such terrorists. Stationery and clothes from their families, as well as increasing break time in the prison yard, but their requests were not fulfilled. They murdered this guy for asking for pencils and clothes. I mean, what am I supposed to say? What are you supposed to say about this? I'm speechless. You say it for me. I'm speechless. I am goddamn speechless. Keep in mind. Keep in mind. This is very important that you understand this. I read to you this. The first death is from 1970. For the last decades, this entire time, most of the demands from the prisoners are similar. They want more break time in the yard. They want clothes. They want parcels. They want, you know, I don't know what it is, stationery, hygienic, Red Cross party, it doesn't matter, right? That's it. But the difference between them and Khader Adnan, who just died this morning, is that more and more recently, their protest demands, they're not asking for break time. They're not asking for pencils. They're asking for their whole detention to be revoked. They're saying, why are you keeping me in here? You're not charging me with anything. And when you have, you don't tell me what it is. I refuse you entirely. I reject you entirely. I'm not eating. And it's working. It's working. I read to you the whole list of when he was detained, 2005, then 2011, 2012, then 2015, then 2020. You know, they've had to release him on several of those occasions because his hunger strike worked. And in 2010, 2012, when he did that 66-day hunger strike, he galvanized the other prisoners into doing the same thing. So, you know, they're all hunger striking to be released entirely. Okay? That's very important. Then I want to show you here, this is in 1980. So this is 10 years after the first killing. You have Rasim Halawi and Ali Ja'fari, they die as a result of force feeding during the hunger strike. Okay? So, you know, they're not only refusing to give in to their demands, they're even killing them because they're too dumb. I don't want to say too dumb. They're very vindictive, I think, is what it is. They're purposely murdering them and then saying, oops, they died. Oops. Yeah, that's someone's life. And here, all they were asking for, they did not want to be crammed into small, dirty cells that lack air conditioning and only had small ventilation openings and receiving rotten food. That's all they wanted. They wanted air conditioning, not to be crammed into a cell with a dirty cell, and not to receive rotten food. And they kill you for that, for going on hunger strike. Wow. So, you know, this is, again, this whole thing that Al Jazeera compiled is very good. It's actually from 2017. You should go look at it if you can, because they also tell you about the first women's hunger strike, and then they tell you here about You had here 3,000 prisoners participating in a hunger strike, but unfortunately, it didn't really, you know, they weren't able to extract any concessions from it. But the fact that they had gone on hunger strike played a part in you know, basically they contributed to the Intifada happening in the first place, okay? To the mass uprising. Intifada, that's what it means. You had 2 Intifadas in Palestine, okay? So the fact you had so many going on hunger strike, it was kind of, you know, galvanizes and mobilizes other people in parts of civil society to take part, okay? That's what they're saying here. I just want to kind of, I want to explain to you how this you know, archaic, disgusting thing called administrative detention is not just inspired by a British law. It is literally a British law. The Israelis are practicing and putting into practice a British law, and they know and have decided in their Supreme Court to keep this British law. Okay, so this is not Britain that is practicing the law. It's Israel, and they are willfully and openly saying that it is a British law. Why are they doing this? Because they get it's basically a way for them to wash their hands of this, you know, brutality, and to say that, oh well, you know, this is not an Israeli law. This is just the law that was in place here. So I want to read to you, these are the, this is from the 1945 Defense Emergency Regulation. So, you know, back then, Palestine was a British mandate. It's a British mandate until 1948. That's a nice way of saying a colony, okay? And the British mandate and the people running that thing were so horrified at the prospect of an Arab revolt, which had already happened at this point, and it was only the resentment towards the British occupation was only growing and growing, that they put into place these so-called defense emergency regulations, which you can already tell from the name is martial law. It's totalitarian and you know, it's really a British brute just stamping on people. And it says here that so this is under section 11.1. A military commander may by order direct that any person shall be detained in such place of detention as may be specified by the military commander in the order. So this means that a military commander can just decide on a whim, without any court, nothing. It's just any military commander. By order, they can place someone in detention. That's it. And then they're saying here that that they may be taken into detention for 6 months. Okay? For 6 months. Does that figure sound familiar to you guys? There it is. 6 months. Now, here's something else. Look right underneath. If sentenced to imprisonment for a term less than the unexpired unexpired period of his detention, shall on the completion of such term be again detained in accordance with the order issued under sub-regulation 1. Okay, so basically, this law says that if someone's term, 6-month term, is about to expire, the military commander can just issue another one and keep them in detention. This is exactly what Israel is using against the Palestinians. Now, here's the catch, right? The British government issued, the King of England, actually, the King of England issued an order in 1948 declaring all of this null and void, okay? So, King of England said this law does not apply anymore. The entire defense emergency regulations are expired. And this is 2 days before the British troops pull out of Palestine, okay? And then the Israelis take over. Actually, it was the Arab Jordanian army that took over until 1967, right? For the West Bank, But the thing is that the Jordanian army also said that this British law is expired, it's null and void, and it does not take precedence over Jordanian law or any Jordanian military rule. Okay? So just to be clear, you have the British saying our law is expired in Palestine. We're not here anymore. And then the Jordanian troops that are taking over also say this law, this British law, does not apply because we are in charge. The Israelis, in a court case in 1985, right, against the Palestinian, the Israelis declared that actually the British law did apply because it was not published in the Palestine Gazette. What? What does that even mean? The Palestine Gazette was basically a newspaper. It was basically a state newspaper by the British. Okay, it was a publication that belonged to the British government. You know, in so many words. And with every, you know, with updates, they would usually put these things inside of it. But because everything was breaking down, the British were trying to, you know, we were basically trying to run away from Palestine as fast as possible. No one bothered to publish it in the Gazette because, you know what, it didn't exist anymore. And the Israeli argument in 1985 is that, well, since the British never published this law inside the Palestine Gazette, since the British never published that this law had expired in the Palestine Gazette, you know, we cannot accept that a secret law governs over this territory. So their argument is that the King of England declaring the British mandate in Palestine over, just because it was not published in the Gazette, makes it a secret law. And so therefore, the British law still applies. I mean, I've never seen something so crazy in my life. They're happily saying, like, British law is still in place here. Not even Israeli. No, it's British. You can't make this up. You really cannot make this up. This is their legal argument. The Israelis say we practice British law, and of course the British law is administrative detention, military censor. And remember, by administrative detention, there are other powers granted to military commander. An Israeli can take your house. They can just decide to confiscate your house and set up a military base inside of it. They can decide to demolish your house. They can do this by themselves. They don't even need to consult an Israeli court, whatever that means. Okay, so you see, when the Israelis say that they're a democracy and they're the only democracy in the Middle East, it's true, unless you are a Palestinian. It's a democracy that's only for Jewish settlers. But the Israeli army can do what it wants because British law is still in effect. I want to read you this paper here that was published by Al-Haq, which is a Palestinian NGO. And they say, basically in conclusion, and please read this entire paper when you have time. It's magnificent, right? But I've told you these things before, but I wanted to go through this 1985 court ruling, okay? The British Defense Regulations of 1945 were enacted by the British during the Mandate in response to civil war-like conditions in Palestine. In spite of the British military's extensive use of such administrative sanctions as deportations, house demolitions, wide-ranging searches, the success of the British military forces in restoring order was very limited. Instead, use of these measures embittered the population and increased opposition to the mandatory regime. The British government revoked the defense regulations prior to leaving Palestine in 1948. The effectiveness of this revocation was recently confirmed by the British Minister of State. During its administration of the West Bank from 1948 to 67, the Jordanian government never used the British defense regulations. A proclamation enacted by the Jordanian military commander in 1948 made Jordan's own defense law and regulations applicable to the West Bank and simultaneously revoked the British defense regulations, which the Jordanians apparently did not realize had already been revoked by the British. In spite of this rather clear history, the Israeli government today relies on the British defense regulations to justify the imposition of a number of administrative sanctions on residents of the West Bank, including deportation and house demolition.
Since the enactment of the defense regulations by the British in 1945, the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949 was drafted. This convention has been ratified by most nations in the world, including Israel. The Fourth Geneva Convention sets forth standards of international law applicable to military occupations. Provisions of the British defense regulations appear to clearly violate the standards set forth in the Fourth Geneva Convention, as well as other applicable international law standards. When the British defense regulations were enacted in 1945, Jews who were in Palestine strongly denounced them. The Jewish Bar Association, for example, passed the following resolutions. The powers granted the authorities under the defense emergency regulations deprive the Palestinian citizen of the fundamental rights of man. Do you see how this is the Jewish Bar referring to other Jews in Palestine as citizens of Palestine? You remember the Israeli Prime Minister Goldmeier? I'm pretty sure I've seen her ID, or maybe she said it, that you know, she was born in Palestine. Okay, do you understand why? Because a lot of after the creation of Zionism by Theodor Herzl, after this was published in Vienna in the late 19th century, you had a wave of mass immigration to Palestine. Okay, and then those Jews who emigrated from Europe, they formed militias. Haganah and the Hashemir, you know, it basically changed names, merged with other factions, etc. And today it's known as the Israeli Defense Forces. The Jews who emigrated to Palestine with their militias, they were opposed to the British occupation, which is kind of funny, right? And now, because they are the ones in charge, they're keeping the rules of the British occupation. And even you have the Jewish Bar Association in Palestine saying that this is in contravention to the civil rights of anyone who is a citizen of Palestine, meaning Jew, Arab, doesn't matter, right? And Arab Jews, of course. So this is a really funny and at the same time, you know, heartbreaking irony that these Jewish militias were fighting to kick out the British, and the King David hotel bombing is another big example of that. You know, they basically planted a ridiculous amount of explosives. They killed a ton of civilians and a ton of British officers in what is, I mean, it's a terrorist attack. That's it. Many of the perpetrators have never been to the United Kingdom. Do you know why? Because they'd be arrested, and that includes former Israeli prime ministers who admit that they took part in this bombing, and they could never visit the UK because they'd be arrested under terrorism laws. but somehow Britain supports the Israeli occupation in Palestine, and as you can see, the Israelis also support the former British occupation of Palestine. Although I'm hesitant to use the word former because it's still in effect. It's still in effect, you know, and I am. It's staggering to me. It's staggering to me that the Israelis, the Supreme Court in 1985, its legal opinion is that British law still applies. Wow. Very, very funny, right? I read to you this section 111 regarding detention in the Defense Emergency Regulations of 1945. Let me read to you the Israeli order number 1651, which says here that if the commander of the region has reasonable grounds to believe that reasons of regional security or public security require that a person be held in detention, he is authorized by any order signed by him to order the detention of a person for a period to be noted in the order not to exceed 6 months. And if the commander believes that prior to the expiration of the order, that reasons of regional security still require detention, he is authorized through an order signed by him to order from time to time the extension of the original detention for a period not to exceed 6 months. So this is literally, I mean, with a you know a little bit, it's put in a slightly different way, but logically and legally, this is a copy paste of the British Emergency Defense Regulations. It's copy paste, and keep in mind, in addition to this military order 1651, in addition to this, the Israeli Supreme Court, its legal opinion is that, well, the British, their law never expired, even though Britain says it did and Jordan says it did, is still in effect. I can't say this enough times. I cannot say this enough times. And, you know, right now I want to bring your attention to Walid Daqqa, who is another Palestinian prisoner. He's not being held under administrative detention like Khader Adnan, who just passed away this morning. But he is still another example of a Palestinian prisoner being given what is, you know, nothing short of intentional medical negligence. In other words, they are leaving him to die. This guy has been in prison longer than I have been alive. Can you believe that? He's been in prison before I was born, and he's still in prison. My brain cannot even grasp this. My brain, I cannot wrap my mind around this. I cannot. So this is what's going on. It's from April. When was this? Oh no, it's yesterday. It's May 1st. It's May 1st. So there, according to the Ministry of Detainees and Ex-Detainees in Gaza, Palestinian prisoner Walid Daqqa was transferred to the so-called Ramle prison clinic, which lacks even the most basic necessities of medical care. They also stated that the transfer, which falls under the instrumentalization of medical negligence, shows that the Israeli occupations is adamant in slowly and systematically killing Daqqa. Last year, this guy was diagnosed with a very rare form of cancer. It's bone marrow cancer. So he has essentially a lack of hemoglobin, and his entire body cannot function properly. He also had pneumonia recently. So if we're talking about a compromised immune system, he cannot fight off infections like pneumonia. And pneumonia kills people. You know, pneumonia has killed a lot of people in the history of human civilization. And you know, so this is not something to be taken lightly. And if you have a compromised immune system, it can absolutely be lethal. And on top of it, he has cancer. And last week, the representative for the Commission of Detainees Affairs said that his health condition is worsening and he is no longer recuperating and responding to his treatment. So basically, nothing that they can do, and the Israelis are already doing basically nothing, is helping this guy heal. It's going downwards it's going downhill from now, unfortunately. The Prisoners Association said that the Israelis have taken a clear-cut decision to execute and kill prisoner Walid Daqqa with cold blood, without caring for all the calls regarding his freedom nor his reception of treatment to help ease his extreme pain. His health condition, the health condition of a cancer patient Walid Daqqa is at its most dangerous, and he is at threat of dying at any given moment. Any given moment. He was also in a coma recently, so that's according to his lawyer. He was in a coma, he had pneumonia, and he has cancer. And they still keep him in prison. They still keep him in prison. And in addition to him being in prison, they don't give him adequate medical care. I mean, you know, if this were one case, and it's a hell of a case, and you looked at that, and you wanted to challenge these assertions or these claims, but from his lawyers and everything, you know, maybe there was room for some doubt. The problem is, though, thousands and thousands of Palestinians have gone through the Israeli prison system, and they're all treated like this. They're all treated like this. And you know, every Palestinian prisoner who went on hunger strike that I can remember in the last years, you know, you see them, they're literally like looking like they're about to drop dead, you know, because by the time the Israelis allow them to be transmitted to a hospital or moved to a hospital is after 45 days of hunger strike. So you have to half kill yourself to death for them to give a shit, right? Wow. But it's still democracy, remember? Or actually just blame it on the British, whose law we keep using. This is funny, man. It's really funny. I want to show you something else that again, I mean, I'm speechless. Let me just read this. Walid Daqqa has been in prison since 1986 and was given a life sentence on charges of resisting the Israeli occupation. His sentence was later decreased to 37 years. In 2018, 2 years were added to his sentence. They added 2 years to his sentence. And a few years ago, his wife was able to give birth to their daughter Milad after smuggling Daqqa's sperm from prison. His wife had to smuggle his sperm out of prison just so they could have a child. I mean, if that doesn't break your heart, I don't know what will. I really don't know what will. How can the Israelis degrade someone to such a point? How can you treat another human being like this? This is beyond me. And the fact that they added 2 years to his sentence, almost every jurisdiction on the planet is very clear on double jeopardy. You cannot convict or punish somebody twice for the same crime. You cannot do that. You can only change the sentence on the condition, and the sole condition, that it is beneficial towards the prisoner. That means that if somebody is sentenced to X years, you are allowed to subtract maybe 5 years, 2 years, 1 month from X. Okay? If they're given 10 years and you want to change the sentence, you got to give them 9 years and 9 months, or maybe 8 years or 1 year. But it doesn't matter, but it has to benefit the prisoner. You got to minimize their sentence. That's the only condition under which you can change a sentence. You can never change the sentence by adding to somebody's prison term. Every country on earth has this enshrined in its laws, right? I'm really hard pressed to think of a country that does not have this enshrined in its laws. That you cannot, make a prisoner, punish somebody twice for the same crime. And this is crazy to me. This is crazy to me. Then the Israelis, they have the nerve to turn around and say they're a democracy. Dude, if you called Israel a totalitarian dictatorship, that would be a compliment compared to what it really is. That would be a compliment. Jesus, I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this. And then, Ursula von der lying bitch, she goes around and starts saying, oh, Israel, happy 75th birthday after we killed 6 million Jews. Here's an aircraft from the Luftwaffe whose name we haven't changed. And then she says, oh, you have made the desert bloom. What does that mean, the desert bloom? What's wrong with deserts? Why do you have to make them bloom? What is this like racist crap? Like as if, these Arabs, they're just a bunch of sand niggers, they're both camel heads with their desert. But you, the civilized European Jewish settlers, you are the ones who came and made the desert bloom. Why are you being racist toward Arabs? What's wrong with having deserts? And who said all of it is a desert? What is this insinuation that Palestine is just a desert? This is the center, the cradle of civilization. Mesopotamia, Palestine, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, all came from this region. Look how many billions of people across the world practice these religions. I went to Ugarit in Syria. I saw with my own eyes the archaeological dig where they discovered the world's first alphabet and musical notes. What does this mean? You made the desert bloom. Well, she's disgusting. To make no mistake, man, there's definitely a racist tone to that. Last time when I was addressing her speech, I didn't even when I was talking about her speech, I didn't even bother addressing this because it was like she's lying so many times and saying so many things per minute and per sentence. I couldn't even keep up. But I was like, next time I go live, I'm definitely going to talk about it because there's definitely a racist insinuation behind that. This idea that, these Arabs, they're uncivilized. It's a desert. But when these Europeans came along, after these European Jews came along after we killed millions of them, they made it bloom. What?
It's ridiculous, man, ridiculous. And keep in mind, the Israelis are occupying the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights, that's Syria. Yeah, it's not just Palestine. They're occupying Syria. Guess what's in the Golan Heights? You're overseeing the Sea of Galilee. It's an extremely vital, strategic, from a military point of view, an extremely strategic, of extremely, extreme strategic importance. And on top of that, when you're looking at this from a resources point of view, okay, so you're talking about gas, you're talking about oil, the Israelis, they've taken this, despite the UN Security Council saying you have to pull out, the Golan Heights belong to Syria, you have to leave. The Israelis not only have stayed there since 1967, they're not only occupying it, they have annexed it. Okay, so in their point of view, this is Israel, right? Just like they've illegally annexed Jerusalem. Okay, so they did this in 1980, 1981. And the UN specifically came out and said, that's illegal. You can't do that. Even the Americans, they didn't always vote against the Israelis, but they kind of, they gave them a kind of side-eyed look by abstaining. So they let it pass because they know the Israelis are wrong, but they didn't want to upset them too much by voting against it and blocking it, because they know this shit is wrong. You have to pull out. So even by the American and British standards, the Israelis were going so far that it was too much for them. It was outrageous. And they agreed with the Arabs and with the rest of the planet, every country on earth, that Jerusalem is illegally occupied by Israel, the West Bank, the Syrian Golan Heights. And in the Golan Heights, there's snow. So these fucking Israelis go and build skiing resorts on the Golan Heights and take away the drinking water from Syrians. And then they talk about, oh, we're the only democracy on earth. And this Ursula von der Leyen bitch goes around and compliments them and congratulates them on stealing that desert, right? That desert. Nah, it's not a desert. It's very rich. It's very rich. And that's exactly why every empire on earth always tries to take this region and occupy it, right? If it's such a fucking desert, why do you have Roman ruins there and Greek ruins and British ruins and Ottoman ruins? They're all interested in fucking deserts. Why are you there? It's just a desert, you bitch. No, this is extremely insulting. I'm not gonna sit here and act like she didn't say that and let this pass. Absolutely not. There's 75 years of apartheid, 75 years of occupation, and this disgusting killing, this assassination of Khader Adnan. I mean, this guy has had 9 children. Okay, so he has 9 kids, and I was listening to his wife earlier today when she was being interviewed, and she's obviously upset, and she said that his kids remember his kids because they will avenge him. Right, that's what she said. And somebody else, it was just a random shopkeeper that they interviewed. He was saying that his wife and his 9 children, they're not the only ones who lost Khader Adnan. They're not the only ones who lost him. All of Palestine lost him. Right? That's very true. That's very true. All of the Arab world has lost him. The entire planet has lost this guy. It takes a very, very rare breed and type of man, of person, to go on hunger strike 6 times and die, literally die, because of how deep and how strong their belief is in freedom. This guy is a freedom fighter down to the last fiber of his body, down to the last fiber, and he died in that state. He's preserved forever in martyrdom and in the history books as a freedom fighter. That has always been and always will be Khader Adnan state, a freedom fighter.
I'm. It should not take somebody 6 hunger strikes and their own life for them to gain their freedom, because you have to remember that if the Israelis take you in on administrative detention and let you out after a year, they're always going to do it. Most people who've been in administrative detention have been in administrative detention multiple times. And this again goes back to the idea of double jeopardy, right? Like, why are you punishing these people for the same crime multiple times? And why? And if it's not for the same crime, why don't you at least tell them, right? Because in most countries, or legally speaking, yes, you could rearrest someone if it's for a different crime, if they committed a different crime, and then they're still innocent until they're proven guilty. But the Israelis, they don't even tell you what it is, and they don't even have to charge you. There is the court has no role in this whole story. I literally read the so-called laws, their orders, military orders to you. The British and the Israeli one, it is identical. It is in fact a British one at its core, right? And there is no mention of any court. This is an entirely military process, a military occupation that is imposing itself on a civilian population. Do you understand? This is military occupation, and it's disgusting. And you know, the fact that this is a British law, right? And it doesn't matter that Britain annulled it, 2 days before pulling out. What about the years where it was, the 3 years where it was in place from 1945 until 1948, and the years before that where they were doing the same thing but under different orders? That is a stain on our history. That is a big stain on Britain's history, and this is why a lot of people in the Arab world and most of the world, they really resent Great Britain. They really resent our country because we have gone around the planet imposing our rule on others, invading their countries, stealing their resources, and treating them like dog shit. Okay? That's why most of the planet resent us, because we have done this. And when we finally did leave, we didn't really leave, right? Because we planted the seeds. We sowed the seeds of destruction and division and sectarianism, in India and Pakistan, in Kashmir, in Palestine. We made sure that we left behind a stinky pile of crap that somebody else is to clean up. That I'm being quite quite colorful in my language, but that's really what it boils down to. That's really what it boils down to. And in Ireland, the same thing. To this day, we are still occupying Ireland. We are occupying Ireland, yeah. So, the fact that, we left Palestine in May 1948 and we annulled the administrative detention. Guess what? The Israelis don't see it that way. They love our laws so much they're willing to keep it in place for us. Funny, right? Khader Adnan, I couldn't help but think of him as Bobby Sands. He's the Bobby Sands of Palestine, And Bobby Sands, I mean, you have to grasp how sick and crazy this situation is. This guy, along with other people from the provisional IRA, they're locked up inside these horrific British prisons, and Bobby Sands wins a seat in Parliament. Yes, in Westminster, right? He's an MP. He becomes an MP while he's incarcerated, which goes to show you how popular this guy is. He literally got voted into office as a member of Parliament while incarcerated, okay? And 25 days after he wins his seat, he dies from hunger strike, just like Khader Adnan. And it shocked me. It shocked me because if I'm not mistaken, Bobby Sands, when did he pass away? Wasn't it on May the 4th, 1981? Khader Adnan passed away on May 2nd. So the dates are almost the exact same. Let me double check Bobby Sands.
May 5th. Sorry, it wasn't May 4th. It was May 5th, 1981. My point is still the same. It's still a day, a few days off. And he had the other thing I wanted to say is that this is so eerie to me because Bobby Sands died after 66 days of hunger strike on May 5th, 1981. And Khader Adnan dies on May 2nd of this year, this morning. And many times before, Khader Adnan had done almost the exact same time as Bobby Sands on hunger strike. He had done 66 days, 54 days, 25 days. It varies. But my point is that the number of days is not really the point here. It's just that he made me think of him, and everybody's body, their physical state is different. So someone could die on hunger strike, God forbid, after 8 weeks. Somebody else might be able to do 4 months. It doesn't matter. The thing is that this is really the most impactful and one of the purest forms of self-determination, of political boldness and of resistance against an occupation that anyone can undertake. It's the quintessential form of resistance because it is the hardest to do. It is the most difficult to do, and it doesn't mean that other forms are not legitimate. Of course they are, but the self-will that this kind of thing takes. I mean, these guys were so ardent in what they believed. They died. They literally died for it, and that has to be respected. And when Bobby Sands died, Margaret Thatcher gets up in the same chamber where he had a seat. This guy's name is on a seat in Westminster, in the same room as her, in the same chamber. And she says that, well, he was violent and he chose to kill himself. I mean, what can you say to this except screw you? I mean, that's just disgusting, really. She's got no manners. She's really, there's a difference between being, opposing something and then just being a really, I'm trying so hard to restrain my language right now because I've already cussed enough, but Christ, how vulgar. You want to talk about violence? She should look, she can't now, but she should look in the mirror. Anyway, that's just disgusting. Even if you don't like someone, you don't have to cuss them that bad in the same chamber. Christ, that's really something else. After Bobby Sands died, or was killed, you could say, by the British state, this is going to make you laugh. The British embassy in Tehran was on a street called Winston Churchill Boulevard. Okay, that's the name of the street. And the Iranian government renamed the street Bobby Sands Street. That's just so funny, really. And the British embassy had a door on the adjacent street, okay, on the adjacent street. And so to avoid having to use Bobby Sands Street on the embassy's letterhead or any official documents or postal address, they moved the entrance to the next street. God, that's really funny. You got lots of streets in France also are named after Bobby Sands. I got a lot of support there too. But I think the Iranian one is the best, right? Because you have to remember, this is 1981. So Islamic Revolution is in 1979. So, at this, Britain had stolen a ton of oil from Iran. Like, so much oil nobody even knows because they kept it secret, right? So it's really a proper screw over. And then also tax the Iranians for the privilege of being plundered. I mean, this is, thievery is not enough to describe such behavior. But my point is that, until 1979, it's Britain just sucking away that oil, and at Abadan, it was the largest oil refinery on the planet. So, it's kind of like the way we view Saudi Arabia today.
it was really Iran at that point, you know, in many ways, in terms of resources, in terms of its relation with America, with Britain, because they were occupying it. You know, they had done a coup, they put this guy in charge, and then suck away the oil. And you know, this is the Iranians' government of basically, you know, commemorating Bobby Sands and his hunger strike, but also at the same time saying screw you to Britain. And the Israeli embassy, because Iran did have ties with Israel under British Shah/American rule. The Israeli embassy was quickly shut down and handed over to the PLO, to the Palestinian Liberation, so to the Liberation Organization. So, in any case, I just want to show you the Israelis. You know, after a few rockets were fired today, because of Khader Adnan's death, the Israelis started bombing Gaza, of course. That's the first video that I got. There will be more coming afterwards, but you know, I think the Israelis are trying their best not to escalate, and it doesn't really make sense because they are the aggressors. So how dare you bomb Gaza? You killed Khader Adnan. You destroyed this guy's life. You've been keeping him, you know, arrested him 12 times, in and out of jail 8 times. You murdered him in prison. And that's why there's rocket fire. And now you're mad about the rocket fire that you caused? So you're launching air raids? I mean, you know, this is crazy, right? The amount of self-entitlement and you know, the ego and the cruelty is really something. It's really quite something. So I can tell you that in terms of rockets, you had 26 rockets fired from Gaza. 2 landed in the southern city of Sderot, or what is called Sderot, which wounded 3 people, including a 25-year-old foreign national who was treated afterwards for serious shrapnel wounds. Okay, so 26 rockets fired. Most of them, they didn't hit anyone or anything. And some of them were, well, that's the only one that actually caused any damage. And, you know, I want to say something, because the Israelis, when the Israelis, they claim to feel threatened, what do the Israelis do? They just go straight up and bomb, right? They go and they send their planes. And here, what happened today from the Palestinian side, after Khader Adnan, one of them is killed because of his hunger strike, you know, because of his administrative detention. They fire a couple of rockets, but then they put out a statement and say, well, you know, this is just the beginning, and we're going to avenge him at some point, you know, at some time of our choosing. Why do they do this? I'm going to criticize them here because I have to. Why do you do this? When the Israelis feel threatened or feel that they've been wronged, they act. They act. There's no statements. There's no press release. They act. They go. And from you know, and unfortunately, you know, when this is happening to resistance countries, specifically whether Syria is being bombed by Israel, or, you know, Iran is having some, you know, one of its nuclear sites bombed, or one of its fuel ships destroyed, or whether the you know, like Khader Adnan is killed today, there's always this press release put out like, oh, we will respond at a time of our choosing. Why do we do this? Why do you guys do this? I mean, I know that there's a saying, there's a phrase in many languages, and in English we say, revenge is a dish best served cold. Right, so the longer you wait, the sweeter that the revenge will be. Now, I mean, I don't think you should believe in revenge and you know, those sorts of things, but regardless of that, you have to respond to these sorts of things, right? You have to stand up for yourself, And I feel that the resistance faction, they never do it enough, right? Yes, they fired a couple of rockets, but I'm not saying you should fire more rockets necessarily or less rockets. The rockets are not the point. I don't see an adequate response here. I don't see anything, being done to stand up for Palestine and to stand up for Khader Adnan, to a man of his stature. And the fact that he has been killed, when Bobby Sands died, I mean, you had people marching in the streets in France, in Ireland, everywhere. You had 100,000 people at his funeral, and I have no doubt tons will come out for his as well. But aside from the funeral procession, you had a lot of countries that kind of stood up and said, "What the fuck did you just do? You just killed one of your own MPs because you wouldn't release him from prison, or you wouldn't." It wasn't even releasing him from prison. They just wanted to be, the Irish. They just wanted to be recognized as political prisoners, right? He had a 14-year sentence or something. Regardless, my point here is that I'm disappointed because I time and time, you guys, you see how long Israel's been bombing Syria, like every week. And they do nothing. They do nothing. They just let the Israelis in. And I know that you have to consider geopolitics. And I've told you this before. Like the Syrian point of view is that they can't do this because the Russians are helping them fight the other front of the war. If you ask me, it's the same front. The whole shit is one front. But the Russians don't see it that way. The Russians got, they came in Syria. They're helping Syria fight Al Qaeda, fight ISIS, fight with the Americans, everybody, right? Who's coming in. If the Syrians start responding to the Israelis, there will be an escalation, and then the Russians might get drawn in. The Russians might pull out. The Russians have made it clear that they don't want any escalation, right? So basically, they have to just shut up and take it. Like we should just shut up and take the Israelis bombing Syria every week. I disagree with that. I'm sorry, and I don't think this is an accurate nor an adequate response for Khader Adnan's death. And every time this happens, even a few months ago with this raid in Jenin, right? Like, there are too many atrocities to name. They need to focus less on these statements and focus more on action and focus more on wielding military or political or whatever sort of tools they have to fight the illegal Israeli occupation and British occupation of Palestine, because the Israelis themselves say it's British. Okay, right? Shifting the blame, but still, there needs to be more balls here. Okay, for lack of a better term, there needs to be they need to grow a spine, or should I say, a larger spine? Because I'm not, I know it's easy for me also to kind of sit here and criticize them and so on, and the reality on the ground has to be, it's an obstacle that needs to be negotiated. I'm no doubt. I just gave you the counter argument myself with Syria and Russia, for example, and Israel. And Gaza, Gaza has been worn down, bombed and worn down, bombed and worn down till you wouldn't believe. The people are also, they're suffering. It's not easy for them to also just get up and start resisting. It's also difficult when there's a disagreement between factions. They are so overpowered and worn down. It's difficult. But I'm just saying in general, and I'm sure they would agree with me, that there needs to be a more fruitful response. And in any case, I'm just giving you the facts, and Khader Adnan, Palestinian political prisoner, on his sixth hunger strike, has died today after 86 days, no food. May he rest in peace. Here, let me show you something with
with Biden. Christ.
We're also
I wanted to show you this clip of Joe Biden speaking recently. Just watch it and tell me if you can spot the joke, okay?
We're also keep the faith for Austin Tice. His mom, Deborah, is here tonight. She knows from our several conversations with me and my senior staff, we are not giving up. As I told you at this dinner last year, as I told you in the Oval Office, you raised an incredible son. When he was a kid, he was an Eagle Scout, a big brother, a born protector, a U.S. Marine, 3 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. Austin was a fearless journalist and a future lawyer. As a consequence of Austin showing the world the cost of war, he's been detained in Syria for nearly 11 years. It's simply wrong, it's outrageous, and we are not ceasing our effort to get him, find him, and bring him home. Tonight, our message is this: journalism is not a crime. Evan and Austin should be released immediately, along with every other American held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. Paul Whelan, unjustly held in Russia for more than 4 years, whose brave sister I've met with and whose family has never quit fighting for Paul. And I promise you, neither will I and neither will this administration until we get him home.
So he says journalism is not a crime. except when it comes to Julian Assange. Then journalism is a very big crime. It's such a big crime that Biden and his administration want to give Julian Assange 175 years in prison. That's the tally, right? So I know this because I have covered Julian Assange's case in court for now 2-3 years, and I saw everything and I reported on everything every single day of his trial to you guys from London. And I was literally watching the courtroom when a British judge approved the extradition order for him to be sent to the United States. Okay, so keep in mind this is after Donald Trump left and Joe Biden is in power. Okay, now Donald Trump is the one who initiated this case against Julian Assange. Okay, it is his administration that charged him with 17 counts under the Espionage Act and one case of conspiracy to commit computer intrusion. So let that sink in. 17 counts of espionage. Okay, 17 charges of espionage. So they're not charging him as a spy on one count, which is already bad enough, which is, this is the argument, the textbook argument that every dictatorship or totalitarian state has ever used for jailing journalists. They say, you're a spy. They're not only charging him with one count, it's 17 counts. 17. And keep in mind, the things that he is being attacked for are things that every major journalist and paper on the face of the planet have used to report on. They are for his for WikiLeaks publishing things about the Afghanistan war. So the Afghan War Diary is what it's called. They show you war crimes and all sorts of things that the United States is doing there. It's the Iraq war logs. So they uncovered 15,000 additional casualties at Iraq body count thanks to these publications. And all these major newspapers, Le Monde, which is in France, Die Presse, which is in Deutschland, in Germany, and The Guardian, which is in England,
the Washington Post, the New York Times, they all used Julian Assange's documents and publications to print front page news stories. So are all of these people terrorists? Why isn't he charging them then? Right? If this is espionage, if this is something that threatens the national security state, why is he charging them? They punished Chelsea Manning for leaking the documents, and I am completely, disgusted by how they treated her. And then even after she was released, they summoned her before a grand jury and threw her back into prison. So I'm against all of that, and she should have never been charged with anything, because she did a public service by publishing those documents and exposing war crimes. If you're giving evidence of crimes committed by the state, and then you're being punished for it for just whistleblowing, this is outrageous, and it's undemocratic, and it's unethical, and very, very bad and very wrong. But just logically here, Chelsea Manning is the one who gave those documents. She was in the military. She's the one who took them and gave them. Yes, I understand the logic that you could say, well, okay, she broke the law. She had signed, agreements not to give those documents away and so on. And so she legally broke the law. Does that mean she deserves to be punished? No, because the crimes that she exposed are so much greater and so much more important that what she did was actually an act of public service. So if you've already taken Chelsea Manning to prison, why are you taking Julian Assange to prison? He's just a journalist. You're shooting the messenger. And I couldn't help but notice the phrase that Joe Biden used. He said, journalism is not a crime. Half of me thinks that this is like, some sick act of irony, because every slogan, that you hear from the Release Assange campaign, is journalism is not a crime. That's the main battle cry that all Assange activists use. It's the slogan of the whole movement. Journalism is not a crime. And then he's standing there and talking about, Syria this and Russia that. No. Look, man, I'm not. By the way, just to be very clear, I don't know what the charges are or what the evidence is against this against Evan in Russia, right? So he's Wall Street Journal, and I still think it's the Russians should be very, very careful about accidentally or purposely arresting a journalist and then calling them a spy, because like I said, this is the textbook argument for silencing journalists. But nevertheless, my point here is not that, it's okay for Russia to do that because America is doing this to Assange. But no. Both of these things are wrong. But Julian Assange's case, this guy's been persecuted for 10 years. He's was locked up in that embassy. He couldn't leave because he wanted them to preclude extradition to the US, and they refused. And then the second that he gets taken out of that embassy, magically, the shit that he published like 8 years ago is apparently terrorism and not terrorism, it's espionage, right? And it's threatening U.S. service members. And so now the U.S. finally comes around to charging him when he's in custody of the U.K., which is, we have a special friendship with each other, right? It's special relationship. So, this special relationship, it means that he's guaranteed to be taken there. And right now, the appeals process is ongoing. But I just wanted to say that if Biden is going to stand there and start making the case for journalism not being a crime, if he's serious, he would drop the case against Assange. That's simple. Because when he took the office of the presidency, he made a conscious decision to take what Donald Trump had started and to continue it. He decided that. That makes him no different from Donald Trump. And I can sit here all night and tell you about things that he took from Donald Trump and continued, right? The sanctions, all of this stuff on Iran, on Syria, etc. There are a million things. So for me, and I told you before Biden got elected, this guy's Donald Trump. You know why? Because you have to be Donald Trump, and you have to be Obama, and you have to be George Bush, and you have to be George Bush and Reagan to get into the office. That's how it is today. You have to be these guys. You got to be all of these guys to get it. Joe Biden fits the, he fits the bill. So, if we're gonna start about if we're gonna start talking about journalists and freeing them, you need to start with Assange, because he is the most famous of all of these journalists. His work is the most published out of all of these journalists. He exposed the most wrongdoing by the American and British states than anybody else, and his persecution has been ongoing for longer than any of these journalists. And the sentence he's been being threatened with, 175 years, is bigger than any of these journalists. And the fact that he will be tried in what is essentially a closed door military tribunal is a bigger threat to democracy and journalism than anything the other journalists are facing. That doesn't mean you shouldn't make their case. You should, but this one is the most dangerous. This one is the most outrageous, and this one is the most important. And Joe Biden is literally the one pursuing that. So he's not just some U.S. official. No, he's the one who's saying, yes, I want to prosecute and persecute Julian Assange. So he has no moral standing to get up there and start lecturing Russia about protecting journalists. Does that mean Russia should protect journalists and not persecute them? Yes, it does. But Joe Biden does not have the right to say these things. And if he really means them, he needs to start by dropping the Assange case. It's that simple. Thank you guys for all of your kind comments. I've kind of just been going off and talking about everything, so forgive me because I didn't read any of your super chats or PayPals yet. But I just wanted to keep going and kind of show you what's happening in France. And once I'm done with all the stuff, I'll happily go through your comments, and thank you for supporting my work. Thank you for allowing me and enabling me to do my journalism and political commentary, and I appreciate you tuning in. And just as a reminder, because I've been discussing this with a couple of you now since I started streaming. Many of you didn't get a notification. You didn't get a notification when I went live, so please make sure that you've made sure you're subscribed. And you've also made sure that you've clicked on the bell icon, which is essentially the idea. It will give you a notification when I go live. Okay, so you won't miss it. And if you're somebody who prefers getting notifications by email, then don't hit the bell. Just subscribe to the email list. I don't spam people. I just send them a link when I'm live. It's very simple. So it's RichardMedhurst.substack.com. And Claudia is with us. Woo! Everybody whoop whoop for Claudia. So I'm glad she's joined us, and she's also dropping the links below. So thank you for that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm typing it out for you as well. I also saw that Cheryl, I noticed her sticking out because of her green username, and she has that because and also because my face is on her username. She got that by becoming a member on the channel. So that is basically if you become a member on YouTube, it's kind of like Patreon, except you get these funny emojis that you can use in the chat. Let me blast some of them actually towards you. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Look, there's one with Putin apparently. Thanks, Claudia, I guess. We have one also. Is that Putin on a bear? Oh, that's funny. Here's George Bush. Did you put a shoe on his face? Or was that me hoping that it was a shoe at his face? Oh no, I'm not quite sure if that's like an Illuminati thing or a shoe. It's too small to see. But there's some really good faces here. So, hey, okay, she put Gaddafi. We're very good, very good. No, but I had no part in this. I let Claudia just take the reins and kind of, make them up, because I was always talking about them and not doing them, and she did that. So Ninorta says that the Shah was an opportunist, not a puppet. You need to learn the difference, Mr. Medhurst. Also, there's nothing revolutionary about having Iran become a Shia theocracy. Well, 10% of the population participated in the revolution in Iran, which is more than most revolutions in history. So it's definitely more democratic than the French Revolution or any other revolution you can think of, because a bigger percentage of people actually participated in it. Now, the thing is, when the revolution was happening, I mean, you had the massacre in the cinema. You had the fire, rather, I should say. You had the fact that the Savak, which is the secret police in Iran, were becoming more and more repressive. And funnily enough, the CIA had trained them. Go figure. I mean, the Shah was definitely a puppet. He's not just an opportunist. That guy's a puppet. He literally said, and he spoke fluent French, right? He literally said that Iran is the gendarme of the Americans. Gendarme means the police, right? So he said this. I don't remember the exact quote, but he used that exact word, gendarme. So he's proudly saying it on camera, like, nous sommes les gendarmes des États-Unis. He's saying it himself. It's, straight from the horse's mouth. And I mean, I'm certain that you can be both a puppet and an opportunist. One does not exclude the other or preclude the other. The thing is with the Shah, I mean, when MI6 and the CIA want you in power, they kind of own you, even whether you want to or not, because it's like a mafia. They have control over you, even though you're the guy with the spotlight on you. So he might act as if it's his stuff and it's his policies. But even if you would try to become a more like Mossadegh or whatever it is, even if you would try to become to make his politics other than what the people at MI6 and the CIA want, they wouldn't let him. That's the thing. You've seen that time and time again. If you're friends with these people and then at one point or another you break, they will come after you. Saddam Hussein is a good example, because Saddam Hussein is a guy who he worked with the United States. He got chemical and biological weapons from the United States and Germany, and he used them against Iran. And he attacked Iran for the United States. They basically used him to do that for them. And what happened to Saddam Hussein? He got hanged, during a live stream. And who did that? It's the Americans, right? So there's a phrase in the mafia. It's called tying loose ends. Saddam Hussein was a loose end. You know why? Because after the Iran-Iraq war, he went in Kuwait, and no one really wanted him to do that. So he basically misbehaved. He was on a leash, and he had suddenly he ran off, and he was no longer under the control of the Americans. And he launched the Scuds against Israel. He was becoming too much of a loose cannon, for them to handle. So they killed him. Gaddafi. I think one of the worst things that he ever did was giving money to Sarkozy to get him reelected. I don't know why he did that. I mean, Sarkozy already is, a bad enough reason, but I feel like it's so insulting. It's so insulting that he gave Sarkozy tens of millions to get him reelected, and then once the guy's in power, he sends NATO warplanes to attack him. Now, don't get me wrong, Gaddafi's a real one. You know, his whole life he supported anti-colonial movements and anti-imperialist movements, and he's genuine, he's real. You know, Jaddi. He wants you know, a pan-Arab world, a pan-African world, and actually one of the reasons they killed him is because he tried to break away from the West, right? But I think that action, just this isolated incident of giving Sarkozy money and then Sarkozy bombing him, is so you know, descript and emblematic of the disgusting mafia-like relationship, right? That you know, they pretend to be your friends and they actually screw you. And anyway, going back to the Shah, I know I veered off on a few tangents here, but going back to the Shah, the guy was definitely a puppet. Like he even said so. I mean, and whether he wasn't doesn't change anything, does it? You know, if he was just an opportunist and letting the Americans and you know, train the Savak and setting them loose against the population, does that make him any better? No, I don't think it does. Ninorta says the Arab nationalist leaders were largely supported by the Soviet Union. No leader in the Muslim world was truly independent. That's true. That's true that they were supported by the Soviet Union. But I don't know if you could say they weren't truly independent, because let me put it this way. You know, there was a moment where the whole world was you know, looking at Nasser because he was the leader of the Pan-Arab movement, right? And he was saying that, you know, he was saying that he might buy weapons from the Soviets. And then he did. Yes. And that, to me, when you look at that, he bought weapons from the Soviets. So what? But in the Cold War, you can't do that, you know, because it means picking a side. When you start buying weapons from the Soviet Union, in the eyes of the Americans, now you're an enemy. Okay. Now, does that mean that he wasn't independent? Of course he was. I certainly believe that he was. And having bought weapons from the Soviets does not make him you know, some kind of Russian satellite state. You know, if you're in Eastern Europe, it's a entirely different story. But yes, definitely many Arab countries, Syria is another one, were supported by the Soviet Union. But that, I don't think that makes them you know, puppets of the Soviet Union or something, or that they're not truly independent. I don't agree. I must disagree, because you know, the difference between the Americans and the Soviets is that if you're friends with the Americans, they will turn on you at any moment and they will always try to influence your politics. With the Soviets, outside Eastern Europe, okay, we're talking about outside Eastern Europe, they're more than happy to sell you weapons and give you any sort of support. And Syria actually gave the Soviets a base in the Mediterranean, which is, I mean, that's, having a base in the Mediterranean is extremely, extraordinarily crucial. And Sudan just gave them one in the Red Sea, right? But they don't do it through intimidation, and they don't do it through bullying. That's a difference for me. Sudan, look at Sudan, for example. I think right now is a good example, and an even more important example, because the Russians made a deal with Sudan to put a Russian naval base in the Red Sea. But in order to do that, the Russians went and consulted Dore, who's head of the rapid strike forces, Quwat Da'am Syria, and then the Russians also consulted the head of the armed forces, Bashir, right? Burhan. Bashir is the old president, he's gone. So they went with Burhan and Dore. And why did they go and consult both of these guys? Because even though Dore is basically in the army, you know, he's supposed to be part of the armed forces, but he's not fully integrated, and that was the plan, that he gets integrated and put back in line. The Russians know that these guys are really the ones calling the shots. Sudan has no civil government. The idea is to get a civil government, and the Russians respect that. So they got the blessing of Dore, they got the blessing from Burhan, and they said this explicitly in their statements, that they will only go ahead with this only once a civil government has been formed in Sudan, and only once that civil government has ratified, the establishment of the base. So, this is a completely different attitude. Then the Americans would have asked, like, Dagalo, or not even asked, and just gone and put the base there. That's what they do. That's what they do. For me, there's a clear difference there. There's a clear difference. Let's look at what's happening in France. Guys. So some wild stuff. Some absolutely wild stuff. So So May 1st is International Workers' Day, and I thought I'd say a few words about the history of International Workers' Day, or May Day, as it's also known, and show you how it was kind of celebrated around the world, and particularly in France. So here's a video that we put together on In Context. There you go. There's firefighters in France.
Un abrazo hasta allá. Contanos qué quieres.
So let's start with the history of it, right? International Workers' Day. Why was May the 1st chosen as this date? It's kind of ironic because it's based on something that happened in the United States. It's based on something that happened in the United States, and yet for some reason it's not celebrated in the United States. I wonder why. So I put together a little thread for you guys yesterday. This was on Twitter, and there you go. The Haymarket Massacre of 1886. That happened not exactly on May 1st. I think it might have been a day or two after, but nevertheless, the beginning of the month was chosen for that. So, you had workers, these are workers in Chicago who were having their wages cut. They protested against that, and then somebody planted a bomb and killed 60 police. And the police kind of just started rounding up anybody and everybody who had anything to do with the labor movement, and they even executed some of them. Right, they were hanged. I'm not quite sure if they even had anything to do with this. It didn't really matter. That was reason enough for them to start attacking the worker movement and the labor movement. And so, interestingly enough, May 1st, in most countries around the world, is celebrated as International Workers' Day. Some of them have it as an official holiday, but it doesn't really matter whether they have it as an official national holiday or not, because you're going to have people out in the streets anyway. Okay, anyway. And now, interestingly enough, in the United States, they don't celebrate it on May the 1st. They don't celebrate it at all. Do you know why? Because they saw it in America as as being the International Workers' Day. They saw it as some kind of arm or tentacle of the communist octopus over there in Russia. right? And then if you allowed this, that you would somehow be promoting communism, which is ridiculous. I mean, of course, it has roots in that ideology, but many people who are not communists also celebrate it because guess what? They're workers. It's nevertheless, this is the Cold War, McCarthyist American thinking, and to really drive this point home, what they did is they made an official holiday. The Americans made an official holiday on May 1st to try and squash International Workers' Day. And this holiday is called Loyalty Day. And what do you celebrate on Loyalty Day? You celebrate your loyalty to the United States. That's it. Wow. I mean, talk about jingoism, right? That's it. It's your loyalty to the United States. I'm not sure it's quite popular, but in any case, this is the petty kind of thinking, this ridiculous, childish thinking, that nevertheless, helped drive the Cold War. And so they signed in Loyalty Day as a national holiday in America on May 1st to squash May Day or International Workers' Day. Now, to replace that, there is Labor Day in America, but that's celebrated several months later. Nobody across the planet gives a shit because it's not valid or relevant. It's May 1. It's May the 1st. May 1. Okay, everybody everywhere knows this. And you do have still to this day people in America who celebrate it on May 1st, even though it's not official, right? And as I noted in my thread on here, another very, very important tool to attack workers and destroy unions, because workers and unions are not only the ones driving the economy, but of course they're the ones who are celebrated on this particular day. This tool is called the Taft-Hartley Act. Taft-Hartley are two members of Congress at the time, and they even though this was a Republican proposition, most of the Democrats voted for it because they supported it. And do you know what this thing does? It basically it's still a law to this day. If you want to join a union in the United States, you need to say that you're not a communist. That's one thing. Okay, so I mean, this is a very, very clearly targeted, right? But it gets worse. It gets worse. Because that's just the pettiness. Another consequence of the Taft-Hartley Act is that if you have a protest, okay, or a strike, everybody concerned by that strike, everybody who's concerned in that strike will gain concessions. So if, for example, the workers go on strike because they want a longer lunchtime break, and then the authorities say, okay, you can have a longer lunchtime break, they all get it. All the workers get it in this field. Now you're sitting there and you're thinking, Richie, why is that a bad thing? If everybody gets it and all the workers benefit from this concession, that's a good thing, right? Yes, it is. But here's the thing. That's not the way that average people think about it. A lot of people, I'm not saying most, but a lot of people are thinking to themselves, well, shit, if I go on strike, my boss is going to know that I was on strike, that I didn't show up for work. And they're going to resent me. They're not going to like me. I might not get a promotion. There's a promotion I'm eyeing. I might not get it. I might not get that raise I wanted. I might get in trouble. I might get fired. These are questions that everybody who goes on strike thinks about. Everybody. And so now you're thinking, well, why should I go on strike? Because if my colleagues go on strike and they manage to get and extract concessions from my boss, and he does give us longer breaks or a higher pay, I'm going to get it anyway, even if I didn't go on strike. Right? Guess what happens? Exactly that. Since 1960, the union membership has literally been cut in half in America. Cut in half. So it went from around 31% down to less than 15%. So more than cut in half. Because people are thinking this is, why the hell should I join a union? If the guys, you know, my colleagues who are in a union want to strike, okay, I'm not going to strike. That way I don't get in trouble. And if they win, I also get concessions. That's the people who engineered this, Taft and Hartley, are not stupid. And they got exactly what they wanted, which is to destroy union membership. I mean, that is really just sad. That is sad. Yeah. Cut in half. Cut in half. That is extraordinary. That is extraordinary. You know, I said this in my thread. I'm not saying this to make you feel like hopeless or something, but you know, and when you look at this, you shouldn't look at this and feel devastated or disappointed. But it should be a reminder that you know, a lot of people do care, and most of the world, they celebrate May 1st as International Workers' Day. And that's why I'm raising this point, because I've talked about this before, but I wanted to kind of bring this back to you know, refresh your memories and remind you that a lot of people do care, and a lot of people are waking up and seeing, you know, what is happening. That, okay, during this whole pandemic, you know, did anybody gain any concessions? The only people who got richer are the billionaires and the corporations. They doubled their wealth. You know, there was an entire transfer of wealth of trillions to the corporations. And yet, if you're a worker in America, you're still, what is minimum wage? $7.25. So how does any of this make sense? Because the average worker has become more productive in the last couple of decades because of computers, because of, you know, all sorts of changes that just result in more worker efficiency, right? It's not just because of computers. It's just workers are more efficient. That's a fact. It's something that you can look at in graphs, in numbers. It's quantifiable, right? It's measured. It's a scientific fact. The average worker is more productive and more efficient today than, you know, several times more efficient than a couple decades ago. But why haven't the wages gone up, right, in tandem with the efficiency rate and quota? Why? Right? If I can produce 10 wooden frames for you in an hour and I get paid you know, $6, why shouldn't you pay me $60 if I can make you 100 frames an hour, right? I'm making you 10 times more wooden frames, you pay me 10 times more, right? It's a basic fucking transaction. This is the simplest crap. This, you know, people in the goddamn Stone Age were able to grasp this concept. It's very simple. But no, not in capitalism. Not in capitalism. You see, capitalism is basically the feudal system, but with another name, right? So instead of lord and serf, you know, you had slavery after that, and during that with actually, let's start with slavery since that's the oldest one. You had slave and master, and then they turned it into you know, serf and lord. So the master became the lord, and the slave became the serf, and then after that, the serf became the employee, and then the lord became or the master became the employer. Same thing, man. Different names, same thing. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean that if you work in an office building or whatever, that you're the equivalent of a slave. No one is saying that. This is called an analogy. This is what you call an analogy, right? So the dynamic, the relationship, the inequality between these two roles is similar, of similar value. And if not of similar value, it's of similar concept, right? This is why it's an analogy. Okay? The fact that you know, somebody who works as an employee is in better conditions than a slave doesn't mean that you should still treat them like shit. You can still give them more money because they're doing more work for you, right? Isn't that the basis of the relationship? No. Because so now you're getting screwed from the companies who refuse to pay you more, and you're getting screwed by the economy, where the government, instead of stepping in to help you, is making it a law that your minimum wage stays down. So they're not keeping your employer in check. They're actually helping your employer. And then on top of it, the governments are allowing these corporations to go wild and do whatever they want. And then of course they need to, they're the ones who have come bail them out, but not you. And so, you know, your purchasing power is staying the same, if not going down, right? So in every way imaginable, the corporations and the government work together to enrich each other through corruption, and you know, as a consequence, they do everything to screw the worker. They screw unions like the Taft-Hartley Act, right? They give all the money. They always bail out the corporations, whether it's in 2008 or it's in 2020. You know, everything that we can do for you know, this big tech, or whether it's big oil, or whether it's big pharma, it doesn't matter. They'll do it. Revolving door, baby. All right. So I just thought I'd raise this point because this is really emblematic of how disgusting the effort has been in the United States to villainize the worker, vilify the labor movement, and to make it seem like, you know, giving a crap about your dignity and your colleagues' dignity and your wages makes you somehow a communist, and that being a communist makes you scum. These things have literally nothing to do with each other. You know, if communism had never existed, you would still be in the same shit because, you know, they'd find some other scapegoat for it. I mean, you know, it's obscene. It's really something that beggars belief. The funny thing is that, you know, I just explained to you earlier with my basic example that the relationship, no one is even asking for it to be changed. They're asking for it to stay the same, right? You're saying, I'm going to produce more, so pay me more. That actually could work under capitalism, but not really, right? Because this basic idea of I produce more, you pay me more doesn't work under capitalism. It maybe it works in their, you know, la la land and their utopias, but in reality, you can see what capitalism has done. You can see that it is just basically a continuation of the same relationship, that you have a tiny, powerful elite that shit on everybody. And it's so funny to me because when I hear or see like sometimes people describe communism, it's actually a literal definition of capitalism, right? And I'm not even a communist, right? Like, it's so funny to me, right? They say, like, oh, those communists, they control everything. The state controls everything. They run everything, and they basically use everybody to make themselves rich. Dude, you're literally describing capitalism. This is late stage capitalism, like to a T. I don't even know what you're talking about. Here, let me show you how pissed off people are in France. Okay, this was what they decided to do for May the 1st, and actually, I'm kind of downplaying them because they would do this any other day. Okay, it doesn't have to be May the 1st. I had the privilege of having my entire secondary education in French. Went to a French school, and my teachers always went on strike. Whether it was for themselves or other teachers, and you can really see that this is something that is, you know, it's part of their culture, it's part of their mentality. They do not take shit or no for an answer from their fucking employers, and you know, it kind of goes back to the French Revolution, I guess, that sentiment of like, you know, fuck around and find out. Take a look. There they are. There they are. Les forces de l'ordre. There they are. You can see them coming in, les forces de l'ordre, in their jet black uniforms. Yes. Here, I mean, this kind of reminds me of other protests with the yellow vests, where I was covering them with you guys, and I showed you how it's so funny because you got firefighters arguing, fighting, protesting against the police, and literally like telling them to their face, like, I'm literally protesting on your behalf, and you're firing tear gas in my face. Because they're all gonna be subjected to the same shit pension reductions, right? This not reduction, increase, excuse me, because they have to work longer, but they don't get anything extra, right? So instead of retiring at 62, now you retire at 64. So you got to work 2 years extra, and you're not getting anything extra for that. There is nothing in it for you. So everybody's angry about this, right? And the firefighters are, you know, in my opinion, just as much public servants as the police, if not more. And they are open, you know, they're out there. They're protesting for the repeal of these pension reforms that Macron has put in place. They don't kick in until September. And here you go. Here are the firefighters. They're right in the front line with the police.
On nous amuse, les gars. Vous aussi, on se fout. Vous aussi, les gars. Continuez à nous aider. On se fout de vous aussi, les gars. Continuez à nous présenter les valeurs de votre République. Ça fait 4 mois qu'on vous utilise. Continuez à nous montrer la réalité. Les gens sont sur les nerfs. Continuez.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that was a jump cut to a different scene. It would be kind of ironic if it was the firefighters who were setting the police on fire. No, that's not what happened. But you saw in the first part of the clip, that's what took place. So of course the BBC, who are, you know, British state media, their way of covering this was that, at least 108 police officers have been injured in clashes across France with protesters angry at pension reforms. And then Gérald Darmanin, who's the interior minister, he said 291 people have been arrested, but of course they have no clue how many civilians have been arrested, right? Or protesters. Not arrested, hurt and injured. So the number of protesters, according to the interior ministry, was 782,000. 112,000 of them in Paris, in the capital. Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of people. Now, the union leaders said that their opposition to these pension reforms is not waning, and there's never gonna be a way to turn the page without removing and withdrawing them completely. You have to repeal them. Now, just go back 1 second to the number of protesters. The CGT union, which is the largest, they said that the figures were actually 3 times the number. So they say there weren't 782,000 people protesting. They're saying it was 3 times that. And I believe them, because the Interior Ministry has every motive in the world to downplay it. And even while downplaying it, it's explosive. I mean, that's just... You can really tell from every opinion poll that's literally ever been done about this in France. No one wants this. No one wants this. The entire French public does not want this. Okay. Unfortunately, a lot of them voted for Macron, and they're surprised that Macron is screwing them. I mean, Marine Le Pen would have screwed them too, but they have to do the same thing in France, where it's like, oh well, if you don't vote for Macron, then you're letting Marine Le Pen take power, right? Are they really that different? It's really, anyway. I covered the French elections before. I'm not going to go down that again. But let's look at this line here. Monday was the first time since 2009 that France's top 8 trade unions had backed calls for a protest. Once again, you see how serious this thing is. No one wants this, and no one is wavering. The support behind these protests is only growing. And I know the typical, the tagline in the press is to make it look like, oh, the protesters are violent. Okay, well, let's say they are. What about every other time where there was literally nothing happening? Where you didn't have 108 police officers injured? What about then? Who was being violent then? I mean, I'm sorry, but one tiny clip, and I'm not saying it's okay, but this tiny clip here, where that petrol thing was thrown. I mean, look, you should see the number of people who have been brutalized by the CRS. The riot police in France are called the CRS, and since I was a kid, I know the CRS. They're so violent that even the other riot police in Europe know of them. They are notoriously violent, right? They are notoriously violent all over the world and in Europe. The CRS. This is something they have a reputation that they have since before I was born. And so there are numerous documentaries that I've watched about, for example, there's a clip where that a couple filmed. I don't know if they were live streaming or they just recorded it, but they had just gone to Paris to protest, right? And this is 2-3 years ago, and they get chased inside a Burger King. So they're literally just huddled under a table and hiding. They're not doing anything violent. They're not doing anything that warrants any force. They're literally hiding from the police. And the guys come in and just fucking bash the shit out of them. And I think don't quote me on this. I think one of them so in a separate case, one person lost their sight because they got hit with a rubber bullet. So that's happened many times. And this couple also, they were like completely traumatized by this, and they had the shit beaten out of them for literally doing nothing. And that's just one case among many of this extraordinary extraordinarily violent behavior against protesters and civilians who are doing absolutely nothing. So I'm saying this because you shouldn't let this issue be taken into, oh, who's being more violent, because if you really want to talk about that, it's the police. The police are being more violent. There's no question about that. They have no right to be this violent. They're not combating somebody with a machine gun or who is murdering people. There's no need for this force and such excess. The point here and the focus should be the pension reforms. Macron is screwing French people. They don't want this. They have told him we don't want this over and over and over and over again. And they're telling him again. And the fact that this took place on Workers' Day, I think was obvious. It's of course logical that they would organize a protest on this day and a general strike because it's International Workers' Day. But they're going to keep protesting. And as you saw, the head of the CGT union said this is going to keep going for months. This pension reform is not happening. We are not going to stop until it's withdrawn. Take note, learn from the French. They know what they're doing in this regard. Perhaps not everything else or most things, but nobody's perfect. But in this, they are certainly the best. I respect the French. They have this protest or striking mentality fully ingrained. And you should really take notes and learn what you can from them and try to integrate that and employ that wherever you are, especially if you're in the UK and the United States, because I showed you that Taft-Hartley, the result of the Taft-Hartley Act, union membership cut in half. They're not stupid. They did this stuff on purpose. There's been a really concerted effort in the UK and the US to kill labor movements, to kill and the Thatcher era, of course, is one episode of that. But a really concerted effort to kill the labor movement. And I don't see how anyone can oppose this, because it concerns most people. The only people who don't work are the fucking royal family who sit on their asses. And now King Charles, I don't know why people call it king. This guy's a German who went to, who has a German family name, and they're all inbred. And he's getting a £250 million coronation. £250 million. dude, I don't even know what to buy with 250 million pounds. But British taxpayers, we have to give him money to put some crown on his head that has stolen diamonds that belong to Africa and India. What is this? What is that? This is insane. This is insane. And you guys remember I told you they have a German family name, Saxe Coburg Gotto or something. And during World War I, they changed it. The royal family changed their name to Windsor because they were afraid of the anti-German sentiment in England. Well, I mean, World War I was basically like a giant quarrel between the inbred families, or the inbred royal families of Europe, where they sent millions of men to the meat grinder. Yeah. But sure, let's worship them, you know. Anyway. So how are you guys doing? I haven't give you any I haven't gone too much through the comments yet. Forgive me. I was invested in my discourse. So I'm again about Khader Adnan. It's really sad, man. You know, I'm afraid that he's not going to be the last. I'm really afraid because this policy of administrative detention. I mean, I'd always known that it's British because it's the law is British. It was from the British mandate. But I guess I'd forgotten. I'd kind of because I've dived into this subject many times with you, and every time I get more and more enraged and outraged about it. But I had kind of forgotten to tell you, and shockingly enough, that this was declared by the Israeli Supreme Court to be a British law that. Even though the King of England had cancelled it, it was still active in Palestine and valid in Palestine because the cancellation of the law had not been printed in the Gazette. I mean, what the fuck? Like, I've never seen such reaching, in my opinion. And I know lawyers are really, dirty assholes, most of them. Okay, no, I better calm down before they come at me. But people joke about, lawyers, and stuff, and how they bend the law, and they make these insane reaches and stuff. But this is the craziest one I've seen. Like, the Israelis are basically saying we are happy that to keep this because it's British, and the British didn't officially cancel it in the Gazette, but even though they did. What? All right, this it's crazy. I can't get over it. I can't get over how crazy that is. Pradesh, thank you for the super chat. Pradesh is saying, greetings, Richard. I need some advice. Where should I flee to once Australia gets obliterated by China because of the United States? Oh, man, you are asking me a good question. And I have no answer except Antarctica. I understood, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood that if Europe and North America and most of Asia were obliterated by nuclear war because of the Russians, Americans, Chinese, that you would be safest down in New Zealand, right? Or in Australia, since you're next door. But obviously, given the latest predicament where the United States is introducing Australia into this game as a pawn, Australia is basically being on a chessboard. Australia is the first pawn that is getting screwed. That's a throwaway, And I hate to say this, but it's true because you can look at what they're doing. They're using Australia as an unsinkable aircraft carrier. That's a joke that people make about Australia, but it's true, and it's funny because it's true. It's an unsinkable aircraft carrier for the U.S. You have many U.S. bombers that are in Australia that can be summoned at a notice, at a moment's notice to go wherever. They have nuclear weapons. I think officially they're not allowed to, but obviously officially is one thing and what they really do is another. Doesn't matter. the point is that in the recent years, the Americans have helped Australia destroy its relationship with China. They had a good relationship. They're trading partners. China is Australia's #1 trading partner, as it is with many countries. Many countries on Earth. If you look at who their #1 trading partner is, it's China. Why not? So that's the case with Australia, and now you've had like a really kind of basically the Americans poisoned the well. And one of the ways that they've done this is they've sent, or they are sending, and Britain is also going to help send nuclear-powered submarines to Australia. So they don't have nuclear weapons, but they are nuclear-powered, so they can stay submerged much longer. They have a much greater and larger capacity in practically every domain and way that you can think of, and they are more lethal, in war. It's that simple. And the fact that the real point here is that there's a transfer of technology from the Americans to the Australians, right? The funny thing here is, though, I don't think there's going to be a real transfer in the sense of the term that the Americans are just going to give a bunch of documents to, like some kind of, like some kind of IKEA guide to the Australians, like, hey, here's how to build a nuclear-powered submarine. No, I bet you that it's going to go something like this. They're going to give them some things that are already pre-built that only the Americans have access to and only the Americans can fix and do maintenance on, right? So that they will always make sure the Australians are dependent on them. So they, even if they want to someday break free, they can't, right? That's how this works. So the other concern is, of course, the nuclear non-proliferation treaty, because that one is more, it's more concerned with nuclear weapons, obviously, but everybody knows that, now don't get me wrong, because under that treaty, the same one, if you sign it and you ratify it and you respect it, you have the right to build a nuclear program as long as it's a civilian one, but no nuclear weapons. That's the whole point. It's kind of like it's a way that the UN and countries came up with to make sure that people don't just go chasing nuclear weapons or whatever, right? It's kind of like a compromise. And it's also a way to monitor it. It's also a way to allow the UN to make sure that you are not developing nuclear weapons. Now, which obviously Israel has never signed, right? Anyway, with Iran, the argument is that, well, they have a nuclear program, so they're building nuclear weapons. That's kind of ridiculous, because the Shah, what am I saying? The Shah, yes, he was the one to get the first nuclear reactor from the Americans. But afterwards, Khamenei said that, he declared a fatwa against building nuclear weapons. So from a religious point of view, Iran will never build nuclear weapons because it would be a sin. From another point of view, Iran doesn't need nuclear weapons because they have asymmetrical warfare. Okay, so they basically, Iran's way of exerting power and influence and force against Israeli and American occupation is by having asymmetrical warfare. That's why they have good relations and good ties and good military cooperation with Yemen, with Syria, with Hezbollah, with the PMU, etc. So they don't need these things. And even if they were building them, we would have known by now, because the IAEA have swept through every place that they have. With Australia, this is a completely different animal, because Australia has always been under the US grasp. They have a US spy base there at Pine Gap. The Australians are an Anglo-Saxon country. We're cousins. And they also have Americans who are given access, American troops. They're allowed to train in the same bases that Australians train in, which is very rare. I don't think you see that in a lot of countries. They have unfettered access to those bases, as if they were Australian military. That's very rare. There's a big difference between having your own base and then being able to walk in to the bases of the host country. It's very different. And it shows you the superiority that the American military exerts over that country. So of course, they masked this under the guise of it's training there. But I mean, honestly, Pine Gap was supposed to be a joint project, and there's a room in that spy base that the Australians are not allowed into, even though it's in their own country, and they agreed to make it a joint project. That's funny. So my point here, circling back to the nuclear aspect, is that if the Australians are being given nuclear-powered submarines, who can make sure that it stops there? How can we make sure that it actually stops there? How do we know that there won't be nuclear weapons on board? We can't. How do we know that later on this transfer of technology won't be used to actually build nuclear weapons? Because you see here, when Iran say they're not building nuclear weapons, that has been checked, and we can check that, and we know that they are not doing this. It's something that's established. But when it comes to the Australians, it's all bets are off. All bets are off. You guys know how the Americans can pressure any international organization. I have no doubt whatsoever. They got spies crawling all over the place. If it really came down to it, if it really came down to it, they would be able to pressure anyone at the UN, or specifically the IAEA, which is the watchdog. So which concerns itself with nuclear weapons. And I'm not saying the IAEA is inherently corrupt, no, but these are spies have their ways. And also the other thing is that under the guise of secrecy, for example, who would be able to check whether the Australians were not given plans on how to build a nuclear weapon? No one would be able to check. They rubber stamp you as it's classified. You're not allowed to know. So you see, there are all sorts of fucking problems that it's a can of worms that pops out of nowhere now, and there's no end to it. And the problem here is that now the Chinese look at this and they're like, oh shit, okay, let's go put a base on the Solomon Islands. Yep. And the Russians are looking at this and they're like, oh shit, let's go put a base on the Red Sea. Let's rebuild our base in Tartus in Syria. I mean, not rebuild, it's always been there, but revamp it and upgrade it. And I'm gonna say this again because it's so funny. You always hear the Americans and the Israelis, they're like, oh my god, there's Iranian influence in Syria, and then the Americans, oh, the Russian influence in Syria has grown. Yeah, it's your fault because that base was crumbling. It was literally like, almost inoperable. And then because the Russians were brought into the war, they built that motherfucker up. It's state of the art. Like almost every class of ship, it's really like something to be contended with. Definitely. And so that's ironically, it's the Americans' fault because they want to screw with Syria, and then Syria asked the Russians for help, and now their base is upgraded. So anyway, I'm going off on a bit of a tangent, but my point here is that transferring nuclear technology to Australia, I don't know if that's legal under the NPTT. Maybe you could argue it's not, right? You could argue it's not. And especially because it's for the use of military technology. There's a different look. If I am a country and I give another country the nuclear capability to build, a nuclear reactor for power generation, for civilian purposes, this is very, very different, because a nuclear reactor that is meant for generating power is not a nuclear submarine, which is meant for war. Okay. So even though it's not a nuclear weapon, the nuclear powered submarine, it's still being used in a military application. Is that legal? Has this been fully addressed by the NPTT? I don't know. Right? I would certainly argue that it's asking for shit. That's what I would say. This is leading us, the planet, into a very bad place. And you can already see the heightened escalation, the tension between the West and Russia, and nuclear weapons are involved. What makes you so sure that the Chinese will be as patient as the Russians? Maybe for the Chinese, for them, a sign of aggression is something that is much, much less than what the Russians have been able to negotiate as an obstacle. I mean, yeah. maybe something that we've done to Russia, if we did it to the Chinese, they would actually, respond in kind. We don't know. Why? Like, is this a game you want to play? It's like asking for Russian roulette. No pun intended. Right? Yes. You don't want to find out. I don't want to find out. I don't need to find out. This is so pointless. Just buy shit from the Chinese and be happy. Like, that's it. Why do you need to have a war with them? Well, they need to have a war because China is leading the whole planet into a new phase, into a new era where America and England don't really mean anything. So we're because it makes us feel bad and like we're irrelevant. We're gonna try and stomp them out. That's really what it's about. In the multipolar world, Washington D.C., New York, London don't mean anything. Everybody means something. Everybody's equal. Everybody plays a part, and it's based on respect. It doesn't mean China's the leader. There is no leader. That's the whole point. It's decentralized. They don't want that. They want a centralized world, a centralized financial system, monetary system, centralized NGOs, spy agencies that control everything. This is what they want. Because that's the model that we're living in now and have been living in for the last couple of centuries. They don't want to break from that. All right? European colonialism has sunk its teeth into the planet in a multitude of ways, destroyed it in a multitude of ways, obliterated tens of millions of people in a multitude of ways, and controlling billions, and they don't want to let go. That's what it is. Does that mean China's perfect? No. Nor Russia. They're not perfect countries. These are countries that have very, very big issues. But their foreign policy is very different. And for me, that's good enough. And for the most of the world, that's good enough. Right? You know what? The multipolar world might end up being worse than this one. It's true. I'm not a fortune teller. And nothing is set in stone. There, maybe by some chance, that ends up being worse than this one. But you know what? This one is already so bad that you can't stay in it. So you got no choice but to get out of it. You understand what I mean? So nobody's offering guarantees here. Nobody's saying like, oh, this is the best thing in the world. You have to try it. No, but the current one is so oppressive to so many people that a new system is being engineered as a result, and it's kind of ironic, like the Treasury, which issues sanctions under the Office of Foreign Assets Control, and Whitehall, and all these power centers, in London, in Washington D.C., in New York, the monetary and the financial and the spy power centers. They are so used to just getting their way and slapping people with sanctions and banning this and banning that the countries that have been banned have become the majority. Okay, so now, and I mean that quite literally. China has how many people? 1.1 billion, 1.5 billion. I forget. The point's irrelevant, right? The majority have become. The number of countries that are taking shit from the West are so big that they have become the majority. And so now they're thinking, well, why are we using this system? Let's just build our own. That's why you're seeing an alternative to SWIFT from the Chinese and the Russians. That's why you're seeing all of the major deals now are starting to be done in other currencies, local currencies instead of dollar. This Ukraine, I think, was really the last straw. Ukraine was the last straw, and it was. I don't think it was good for the Russians to go in. I wish that. I think they should have tried a bit longer for diplomacy. I'm not saying they didn't try enough. But they should have tried a bit longer. They should have tried more. But in any case, the Americans forced their hand. And as a result, the ripple effect, the consequence of that is that you're having a profound seismic change all across the planet. It's not because Russia went into Ukraine. It's because after Russia went into Ukraine, the West stole all of Russia's money, and then everybody who has dollars and everybody who has foreign reserves, so their money is in other countries, especially Western countries, and why? Because all the major exchanges are there, right? The New York in Frankfurt or in London, you know, all these big exchanges. And so when they're seeing, well, shit, if my money's there and I do something they don't like, are they going to steal my money? They just stole 300 billion from Russia. That's not pocket change. So now they're like, fuck this. No, I'm not even trying. Bye. I'm glad Claudia's feeling better, and yes, I reiterate her comments on keeping the chat super. Thank you, Sophia, for your donation, and can we get a couple people to join on Patreon? I haven't plugged the channel, so if you guys would like to join, I'd be most grateful. Let me check if somebody did, so I can play a crab dance. I hope somebody did. Let's see. Hey, we got Just Me who joined on Patreon just an hour ago. I'm sorry I didn't see it. I was lost in my world. No, but this is great. Thank you, Just Me, and I hope you're still watching. Please tell me if you are, because this crab dance is for you and everybody else. If you would like to support the channel, you can donate $1 a month or $10, or Just Me, who made a very generous yearly contribution. You can do anything you like, and you would be helping independent journalism and enabling me to continue my work. I'd be most grateful. You can also send PayPal notes on PayPal or questions, and Cash App and Venmo. There's all sorts of things. There's even a bunch of cryptocurrencies, and Claudia is very kindly pasting them in the chat, so you have all the links below. So thank you very much. And here's the crab dance for Just Me. Thanks for supporting the show. I appreciate it.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro, and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have two number 9s. Number 9 large.
we got him. I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up. Disgusting!
Why you take this? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Oh man, I love it. My heart warms every time I see it. My heart is filled with warmth every time I see a crab dance. Claudia has just sent me the new crab dance. So as soon as somebody else joins on Patreon or on YouTube, you can join now as a member on YouTube also. I'm gonna play the brand new crab dance, which even I have not seen. So I'm really excited. Okay, let that be hold on, sorry, I'm trying to load this. Let that be a motive for you all to join right now. So I've got the page open right now. As soon as somebody subscribes, we're gonna go. All right, we're gonna go. Where's the hold on, I'm setting up the new crab dance to play and to drop. You know, it would be funny if they were somehow set up and even while I'm speaking, it would just like cut off and play crab dance. That would be really funny. But you know, we should get something set up so that somehow Patreon can show on the screen when people join. You know what? I just want to screw around a little right now with this with the look. I see sometimes people have the chat in like on the screen, and I know that on YouTube is already doing that for some of you, especially if you're watching on TV or something like that. And you know, I think that's really cool. But I want to try something here. Shit, how do I get the YouTube chat on here? I think I need some kind of link out of you guys got to give me a bit because I'm doing this live. Bernardo has just joined. Thank you very much, Bernardo. Let me guys present you with the brand new crab dance. Here we go. And let's hope I selected the right file. Okay, now I did. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. A number 9 large.
we got him. I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up. Disgusting!
Why you texting? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Oh my god, that was so amazing. Yo, Claudia, you killed me. You killed me, woman. That was amazing. Oh, the death K at the end. I love it. That was chef's kiss. That was chef's kiss. Excellent. Wow. Look at that. Look at that, guys. Come on. Have you seen anything so quintessential and just exquisite? That is the best one we've ever had. Oh, really? I have nothing but compliments and nice words. What an aced crab dance, right? It's crabbe dance. Wow. No, really, that killed me. That was so good to see. Hey, I see Sophia Spirit is in the chat. Again, thank you, Sophia, for joining. I appreciate that very much. And Claudia, how do you think of this stuff? Because look, you're gonna see me try to take credit now. Like I laid the foundation for, like, I came up with the crab dance. This is my creation, right? And I made most of it. But then the last couple of times, I've been telling Claudia, when we hit the limit or the goal of the Patreon numbers, you add something to it and surprise me so you can see my reaction live. Okay? So one of my favorite things in the whole thing was when what's his name? Maduro. I was going through my list of dictators and axis of evil. When Maduro is doing the I love that. That was really good. And actually we have a Maduro thing right here. Look. There's a Maduro emoji in the chat. So I'm just saying, it's one of the perks if you become a member on YouTube. You won't get banned for spamming Maduro emojis. I promise. Hillary Clinton is here and we have Putin on a bear. Thank you. Claudia also did these. Chef's kiss again. I mean, no one wants to see Hillary, but we should have a shoe. I think there's some Illuminati symbol, and it's so tiny. I thought it was a shoe, and it was next to Bush's face. And I was like, yes, yes, yes. But if it's not a shoe, let's make a shoe. Hey, look, see Bernardo, Bernardo. He's already put Maduro and me next to each other. All right, very well put, very well put. But man, there's some funny faces here, yo. Oh, this is really good. Are they not animated? Because I thought you could put animated ones together. So you have animated icons. Icons. I sound like someone from who's born in 1980. No, they used to call them emoticons on MSN Messenger, and then emojis. Now we call them emojis. But you have the ones that are animated. So some people call them GIFs, and I call them GIFs, and the creator of them calls them GIFs too. So I'm right and you're wrong. They're GIFs. Okay, Claudia. Oh, come on. What you doing to me? What you doing to me? What do you mean we can't have animated emojis? Boo! This show sucks. Boo! Really? I mean, why not? I want it. Come on, please. Please, YouTube and Claudia. Please give me movie ones. Come on. I'm a good man. I'm a good guy, you know. I do politics right. Please. I want I want emojis that move. Okay. Claudia's saying it is a shoe next to Bush's face. Are you sure? Looks like some Illuminati shit. I can't. Is it a shoe? I think Claudia's joking. I'm not sure. Anyway, let's say it's a shoe and it's right next to Bush's face, so I'm content. I am content. Okay, very good. Very, 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 very good. Jux JC says it's a flip-flop. It fucking better be. Yo, there's nothing better than... Hold on. Let me type this out for you. Let me type out what I really think. Shall I tell you what I really think? Do you want me to tell you what I really think? Let me tell you what I really think. I'm looking for the thing. Hold on. Then I'll tell you what I really think. Where are the clothes in this thing? You already know what I'm getting. This is perfect. There you go. These are perfect. These are perfect. Okay, here and now, I'm gonna combine them. Oh, there you go. Flip flops and shahait for Bush's face. Oh man, you know what's funny is that the second shoe, the shahata, it looks exactly like what you would find in Syria. You know, it's like the shahata. You know, just bam in his face, in Bush's face. I love it. You can quote me on that. Quote that right there. There you go. That's how we do it. I told you what I really think. Oh man. Oh look at what Claudia just sent to me. Let me show you what she just sent to me. I don't even know if I can I'm so excited I can't speak. I don't even know if I can even paste it. I wish I could paste it. Hold on. Oh. It Claudia says there's a flip-flop on Bush's face in the emoji. I couldn't see that. I couldn't even see that. Hemfrey, hand me my spectacles. I couldn't even see it. It's so beautiful, Claudia. You have outdone yourself. Well done. You have outdone yourself. It's actually in there. It's actually in there. Man, my goodness. All right, hold up, guys. Hold on. Let me just look something up quickly. Lebanon Tips Podcast, Lebanese Tips Podcast, saying British MP Emily Thornberry of caused me to go on hunger strike 17 days. What would you mean? You need. Is this true? Please give me more details, because we've been talking about throwing shoes at Bush, and I'm completely disoriented right now. So please help me give me some more information, please, because I'd like to cover that if I can just understand a bit more. Claudia says, "I told you I'm the brain here." Yeah. All right. When it comes to the shoe throwing, I am the mastermind behind this. That's it. Don't even argue with me. Don't even argue. Gunny says a monocle for Lord Rich. Humphrey, hand me my spectacles. Oh man. You know what I was reading earlier, by the way? After Bobby Sands died, I would say was killed by the British state. Somebody tried to throw oh god, here we go. I'm gonna say tomato and tomato, okay? Because I'm English, but most of my viewers are American, so let's not fight again. At Queen Elizabeth, but they missed. Why do they always miss? God, it's like these motherfuckers have some orb around them that just deflects tomatoes, and shoes, and look, let's do the list. Queen Elizabeth, the tomato misses. George Bush, the shoe misses, and by the second shoe, he's managed to duck it. Like he's had fucking training. They told him, "Sir, you're going to Iraq." This is Iraq. Say Iraq. We need to give you some, Secret Service with their glasses. We need to train you first, sir. And he had shoe throwing, evasion tactics training. And then Hillary Clinton, someone tried throwing a heel at her. That shit had a fucking heel, like they were trying to impale her or something, Fuck, they were trying to impale her. Also missed. Why do they break my heart? They break my heart. Oh shit, man. The funny thing is with the American one, they would actually make an acronym for this, right? They would be like shoe, slipper, heel, evasion, tactic training, and then they come up with some ugly fucking acronym. That's how you know it's American, right? You see that goddamn thing with FISA, right? Foreign int, and then it'll be stamped with like shoe evasion tactic training. Anyway, all right, I'm done with my jokes, and let's move on. This whole thing is a goddamn joke. Politics is a goddamn joke. These people are all jokes. Yo, Lebanese tips. Give me some more information for what happened, so I can try and understand, because I don't see anything else. Like I don't see any comments here, but I'll try and look it up as best as I can. Okay, well, thank you. I'll try and look it up. I'll try and look it up, Lebanese tips, because I'm in the dark about this case. I don't know anything yet. So give me time to look it up and actually understand and read what it's about, if I can anywhere. Yeah. All right, guys. So again, I'm waiting for somebody to join so I can play crab dance. Don't disappoint me and the viewers like this. Come on. As soon as someone joins on YouTube as a member, or on Patreon as a member, I will unleash a crab dance and make you guys laugh. And if you'd like to support the show another way, there's a chance some of you have sent something on PayPal and I'm not even getting a notification. Please forgive me for that, because I've been having this issue for a while. So if you did and I didn't read it, I will read it the next time and I'll put them together. Okay, so I've been plagued by this issue for a while. Just hang in there and I'll read them to you. And I'm sorry if I didn't see the question or I didn't see the note. I will get to them, I promise. So on that note, if you want to ask me a question or you want to send in a note or a comment or whatever, you can do it on PayPal. You can do it on Venmo, on CashApp, and on YouTube. Okay, so I have all of those, and let me put it up on the screen because I had the thing somewhere. Is this it? This is it. There you go. These are basically QR codes. So if you have a phone that has a camera, which I'm guessing is pretty much everybody, just open the camera app, place the QR code within its sites, and then it will automatically open a website where you can send a donation, and makes everything easier. So yeah. And if you prefer crypto, there's Bitcoin and Ethereum that you can also send below. So I hope I can accommodate you in that way and that you would kindly oblige me.
Sweden wanted to join NATO. They broke with their decades-long neutral stance. Turkey was one of the only countries, I think, along with Hungary, that was saying, we're not going to let you in, because you need to have consensus, right? You need all the members in NATO to say, okay, you can join. Their bid has kind of been in limbo because Turkey wanted to, extract several concessions. It was very clear that they really want to join NATO in Sweden, and they were doing everything they could to appease the Turks. And then this moron comes in front of the Turkish embassy and burns the Quran. I understand that in their point of view, this is freedom of expression, and you're in Sweden, you can do whatever you like. But you have to remember that if you're trying to get Turkey support, maybe wait until after you've gotten it. I mean, this is just dumb from a diplomatic level. They're doing everything to appease Turkey, and then because of one idiot, they let this go to waste. The Germans and the Americans have decided that it would be a good idea to send Ukraine tanks. German tanks against the Russian. Man, I'm perplexed by this. What do they think is going to happen? Because even if you can train the Ukrainian crews who are used to Soviet tanks to operate British tanks, and then you got to train them to operate German tanks, and then you got to train them to operate American tanks, and that's if they can even maintain the logistical supply line to work with these tanks, to keep them running. What kind of door are you opening now for the Russians to do? I mean, this is very clearly escalation. While Germany and the US are saying, yeah, we're going to give Ukraine tanks, the doomsday clock has been moved to 90 seconds to midnight. So this is basically, it's a measurement of how close we are to the end of the world, to the apocalypse, to annihilating the planet with...
Hey, I just saw this message from Crypto Queen in the chat, and she says, "Hi Richard, can you please explain?" Well, first of all, she said, "Please answer me. I'm a member on Patreon," and I sent a super chat. Forgive me, I literally missed it. I completely missed it. So let me just read your question. It's a very good question. She says, "Hi Richard, can you please explain why Palestine stopped being a country while Israel became a state? Why aren't they both countries?" Well, you have to understand that the United Nations, which came in after the League of Nations stopped being a thing, right? The United Nations created in 1945 after World War II, and the United Nations took a vote whether to adopt what is called the Partition Plan. Now, the Partition Plan was the idea that they would slice Palestine. The funny thing is, not into half, but basically into multiple pieces, right? So at that time, what makes it worse is that the majority of the people were Palestinians. They were not Jewish immigrants, but they were going to give most of the land to a minority of Jewish immigrants. So the Palestinians get like two chunks of a country, right? Let me just pull that up on here. I've shown this to you guys many times before, but it's really important to understand. And it's such a basic and fundamental question that you asked, and I'm happy you did. Just a second, right here. And the reason I'm bringing this up is very funny, because you'll hear the Israelis say, "Well, why didn't you just accept it?" Okay, here it is. It's like they blame the Arabs for not just accepting a shitty a deal or something. Yeah, so here it is. Okay, this is what would be Israel is in blue, okay, and in red you have well, I don't know why they say Arab state underneath. It would be a Palestinian state. And then Jerusalem, you can see, this is also very important, is an international zone. There's nothing, there's nothing quite like it on Earth. It's one of the only things that's ever been designated as such. Jerusalem would be corpus separatum, which is Latin for a separate body, so it would not belong to anybody. And the reason that they decided this is obvious. It's because the three main monotheistic religions, so Islam, Judaism, Christianity, they all revere Jerusalem, and Jerusalem is central to those religions. So it should be shared by everybody. And keep in mind, Jerusalem has always been shared, well, except when the Crusaders came in and killed everybody, including Christians. But this was the idea. So the United Nations adopted a plan that basically screwed the Palestinians, and the other Arab states rejected this, right? So all the Arab states rejected this, but because it went through, and the Israelis wanted this, right? Because for them this was good, that they would finally have some kind of country. Israel was admitted as a member state, and the Palestinians did not get one, because under these conditions they don't want a Palestinian country that looks like this, that is against their wishes, where a minority of people who are European immigrants get more land than them, and it's chopped up into different chunks. I mean, who would accept this? Like, honestly, let me give you an example. If you went to the United States, okay, and you said you want to take a county, never mind a town, never mind a state, just a tiny county, and make it your own country, you would be locked up in a cage and charged with sedition and terrorism and whatever you want, and just deported. So why, my question here is, why is it okay to go to somebody else's country and then claim you want to make their land your own country? Because there are many countries on Earth that have large minorities, right? But do you see them saying that they want to take the land and make it their own? I mean, could you imagine, like, for example, if Syrian refugees in Europe started saying, well, we want Germany to be our country, we want this part of Germany to be Syrian? What? You can't do this. But you see, here's the thing, because the British, when we left Palestine, we knew this was going to happen. This was all planned, and Britain had been planning for quite a while to give this over to what is now Israel, okay? Because in 1917, the British Foreign Secretary, who was Mr. Balfour, he issued a declaration saying, it's known as the Balfour Declaration, and he said that Britain intends to give Palestine to the Jewish immigrants and make a quote-unquote Jewish state out of it, right? So it's the foreign minister who is very clearly, in a few sentences, in literally one page, saying what Britain's foreign policy is. That Palestine will be turned into a Jewish state. I mean, I don't like when they use this word Jewish state, because it implies there are no Jews there, or we're no Jews. Arabs, you can find Arabs from every religion. Most Arabs are Muslim, but you have Arab Christians like myself. You have Arab Jews. Basically Roni and I, my cousin, we were on the channel discussing how, the Jewish quarter and the Palestinians were all put together in one place, like, because it shows you that everybody's living side by side. You got Arab Christians, Arab Muslims, Arab Jews. They're literally living in the same place in Damascus, and with no problem whatsoever. You're right. There's nothing. Why should there be a problem? All these religions literally come from this area. You have always had people of different faiths, different ethnic groups in this place, because it's the cradle of civilization. Iraq, Syria, Palestine. It's always been this way. It's always been diverse, right? In any case, it's just the idea. The Israelis then go and blame the Arabs for this, and the Palestinians for basically saying, well, you didn't accept the partition plan. But why should they? If I come into your house and I say I'm going to take the bathroom, the living room, and the kitchen to me, and you can have the other rooms, and then if you don't accept that, I start beating you over the head. What is that? You're entitled. If I come into your house and I do that, you're entitled to self-defense. That doesn't make you a terrorist, and it doesn't make you wrong. It makes me wrong if I do that to you, you know. And their argument is that, well, there were a lot of Jewish immigrants. Yeah, but they were still a minority, and just because we gave it over to them, it doesn't make it okay. The majority of people in this country, in what is Palestine, did not accept this. They refused this. So they are under no obligation to accept this just because the UN said so. In this case, the UN is dead wrong. And this is one of the main criticisms that I always make of the UN, that they have given permanent Security Council positions to the victors of World War II. For obvious reasons, but still, this puts them on a, back then, America and Britain, and they were doing good fighting Nazis. Fine. But afterwards, if you have permanent position on the UN Security Council, you can abuse that position. Russia can abuse it too, right? So it puts those countries, a select few, on a pedestal. And that, if you want to have a real UN, that it runs contrary to the principles of having an international organization. In any case, Britain had a mandate in Palestine, okay? And I've told you guys before, a mandate is like a nice way of saying a colony. It's like, the British government is, I mean, it's kind of insulting, really. It's like nannying a country, right? Like, you say that, okay, well, this is Palestine, but and you can have your local government that we control and is under our rule, but we give you some autonomy. Okay, it's still colonialism. That's why it's called the British Mandate of Palestine and not Palestine. And so, just to show you this irony, the mandate was always in Palestine. It was not called the British Mandate in Israel or the British Mandate of the Jewish state. It was Palestine. And many of the Goldmeier, who is one of the Israeli prime ministers, the only female one. I mean, she said herself that she was a citizen of Palestine and born in Palestine. So meaning the British Mandate. You got tons of people who still have their ID cards from then where it says British Mandate in Palestine. It's Palestine, okay? And the thing is that Goldmeier is, just one Israeli prime minister, but why was she a citizen of Palestine or born in Palestine? It's because her parents were Jewish immigrants from Europe, right? And so this started with Zionism. Zionism is a political ideology. It's a European ideology that was published in Vienna by a guy named Theodor Herzl. And he basically spurred on this wave of Jewish immigration to Palestine to create a Jewish state there. Now, on one hand, don't get me wrong, I understand why, because the Europeans have treated Jews like shit for centuries. Okay, the Holocaust is the biggest example and the most mechanized example of that evil. But in Spain, in England, all sorts of places, Jews have been treated like shit by Europeans. There's no question about that. And it's been something that's perpetuated for centuries. So I completely understand why they want to get the hell away from that. I really get it. I really understand. And the thing is, though, if you're doing it, if you're getting away from that, from European anti-Semitism or anti-Jewry, and then going to somebody else's country and treating those people like shit, or in this case, going to Palestine and then treating the Palestinians like shit, this doesn't work, right? And when in Spain, the Reconquista, which was basically when Spain was taken back from the Andalus, from the Moors and the Andalusians and basically the Arabs, right? And they kicked out all the Muslims and they kicked out the Jews. And if you read the history about this period, the Jews were actually sheltered and protected by Muslims. So why do I bring this up? I bring this up because the Israelis perpetuate this false stereotype that there is some kind of opposition between Arabs and Jews, like they are somehow different from each other and they hate each other. This couldn't be further from the truth. This is so outrageous and ridiculous. as I just told you, Arabs and Muslims are the ones who protected Jews who were kicked out of Spain, right? And which is also an episode of anti-Semitism perpetuated by Europeans, right? So the Arabs sheltered them. And you have Moroccan Jews, right? You have a Jewish community in Morocco. You have a Jewish community in Syria, right? Some of the oldest, when the earthquake happened a few months ago, a few weeks ago in Syria and Turkey, the Turkish authorities caught Israel. I don't know if it was Mossad or something else, but they caught somebody smuggling an ancient Jewish artifact out of Turkey and trying to get it into Israel, right? And actually, this item comes from Damascus. It comes from Jobar, which is a district in Damascus, in central Damascus. So my point here is just to show you how Judaism has really strong roots and good ties with Syria, with Morocco, with Iran. You have a Jewish community in Iran. I follow their chief rabbi on Twitter. He's cool. And Iraq, you also have a Jewish community in Iraq. So this idea that the Israelis perpetuate is complete nonsense. The reason they do this is because they think they can fool Europeans and the rest of the world into thinking that, the anti-Semitism they faced in Europe is the same thing from Arabs. No, it's absolutely not. If that were true, why would you go to let's say if Arabs really hate Jews, why would you then go to where Arabs live? Like, if that's a dangerous place, why would you flee from European anti-Semitism to another place that would give you anti-Semitism? This makes no sense. And the proof of that is not only the immigration itself to Palestine, but also the fact that there was no tension, or there was no conflict between Arabs and Jews until the British pulled out and gave it over to the Zionists, right? So this really just completely debunks their myth, right? They do this because they think that they can take all these these centuries of European anti-Semitism and just dump it on Arabs because they are against the occupation of Palestine. You can't do that. These are not the same thing. There is no anti-Semitism from Arabs, and Arabs themselves are Semites, by the way. So this whole term it needs some work here, because a Semite could mean anything. It could mean a Jew who speaks Arabic, or an Arab Muslim who speaks Hebrew. It could be it means Jews and Arabs. It means Arab Jews. It means everything, right? As long as you're a Semite, meaning a son of Sam, and you come from this region, from this area, from what is Palestine, from what is Syria, and you speak a Semitic language, you're a Semite. So it's such a loose term, right? So when when they say like Hamas is anti-Semitic, what does it mean? They're anti themselves? Come on. Hamas, in their own press releases, they're literally saying we have nothing against Jews whatsoever. We are opposed to the Zionist occupation. And Zionist is very important because this is a European thing that started in Europe, and is Ursula von der Leyen bitch. I showed you the video from a few days ago. She's literally saying that hundreds of thousands of Israelis are dual citizens and with European nations, right? And she's the head of the EU, so that's why she's pointing this out. And she's saying that that Israel and Europe's cultural ties are one and the same. Yes, that's what people are saying. That's the point, is that these are Europeans who are trying to cut out a country from out of Palestine. And I was telling you earlier that Israel is officially, like in their own Supreme Court ruling, they're officially using a British military or martial law to continue their occupation, right? So this is how they get away with saying, oh, we're a democracy. Yeah, for Jewish settlers, but when it comes to Palestinians, you treat them under British military rule. And they literally said that in their own court ruling in 1985, okay? I mean, it's obscene, So the reason Palestine is not a member state, because the Palestinians refuse to accept a Palestinian state that looks like this, like some kind of cracker or whatever it is that's been cut into a million pieces. What is that? Do most countries look like this? Even in blue, let's say for the Israelis, do most countries look like that? This has obviously been chopped up into a million things, okay? And this is, of course, what Europe loves to do. You know, like a staple of British history is to go and chop up countries, right? So that is something that Britain has done. We did that in Pakistan, India, Kashmir. You know, we did that in Africa. There was even, you know, after the Berlin Conference, there was even like a rush by European countries on how to carve up Africa. They literally had a fucking conference on how to divide Africa. And the idea was that, okay, well, the British, you can have countries that run down a vertical line, and the French, you can have countries that run down a horizontal line. Like, what is this? Who thinks like this? You know, it's just evil. It's just evil invader mentality, you know? Colonial mentality, imperialist mentality. That's what it is. So you know, if you can go into a country and make people start hating each other and then blame it on them, you know, no one's gonna come to you. So that's what Britain has done. You know, we did that with the Americans in Iraq. So after the invasion, instead of saying, "Oh, we destroyed the country," oh no, it's just a bunch of Muslims killing each other. You know, it's Sunni versus Shiite, right? Sunni and Shia. They just hate each other, right? Because they're a bunch of cavemen. It's a very racist trope, by the way, right? Like as if, oh well, those guys are just religious fanatics and idiots. They're not civilized like us, right? Yes, boy. So that's one example. In Ireland, we did the same thing. We tried to make it look like it's Catholics versus Protestants, when it's really people who want their country back, they want Ireland back, versus British colonialism. And we are still occupying Northern Ireland to this day, right? It's a clear-cut issue, man. No one has problems with Catholics. No one has problems with Protestants. This is a bullshit propaganda trope brought out by you know, by our government to make you think that it's about religion. It has nothing to do with religion whatsoever. And then, you know, in Africa, I mean, just look at the map. Have you seen the maps? You literally got countries with right angles. I'm sorry, man. There are no natural occurrences the size of entire countries based on right angles. I mean, maybe you might have one or two, and then, you know, anomalies. But you can clearly see that somebody has carved this up with a ruler. Like, they've literally put a map of Africa and carved out countries. I mean, sorry, but I don't even know why Africans and Arabs continue to apply borders that were drawn by France and England in 1916, 1917. Why do we do this? Why on earth do we do this? Give them back. Give them back. They were not drawn by the people in this country. And this is one example of that. And so I think it's disgusting when people say, well, oh, you know, the Arabs should have just accepted this. Accepted what? No one accepts colonialism. No one. Even the irony is that even the Israelis, or what were back then the militias of Jewish immigrants, like Haganah, Hashomir, and then today is the Israeli Defense Forces. Even they were killing the British and fighting the British, because for them, they thought it's worth it to, you know, to commit acts of terrorism, or what they would call terrorism when the Arabs do it, you know, and you know, violent acts and assassinations and so on, just to get a Jewish state. Okay, and keep in mind, these guys don't come from here. They come from Poland. They come from Ukraine. Whatever. But they thought it's acceptable to commit acts of violence. Now here's the irony: is that when the Palestinians do it, because this is literally their state, a Palestinian doesn't have anywhere to go. A Palestinian is lucky to get a tourist visa somewhere, never mind residency or citizenship. But the Palestinians have nowhere to go. This is their country. This is where they come from. This is you can trace them back 10 generations. They will still be from here. They have no choice but to be here and to fight for their rights and for their country. But these, you know, when they do it, they're called terrorists. This is unbelievable, right? When they do it, when they fight for their country, they're called terrorists. Look, man, it's their country. If you don't want terrorism, don't go to their country. It's a really simple formula. It's really simple. You know, the thing is, in Ireland, there was a lot of violence as well. You know, we call that the Troubles, right? And I think even to this day, there's a strong inclination in mainstream, you know, British establishment politics and academics to phrase it as some kind of, you know, it's a unionist, you know, Republican and you know, Catholic thing versus a Protestant thing, and this is again whitewashing history. It's whitewashing British history, because British history, the only way you get past it, and again, it's you owe it to those countries, and it's the bare minimum, is to recognize it for what it is and give them back. The Troubles, all those people who got killed in the Troubles, it was not worth it. It was not worth it. This was wrong. You know, Ireland is a country. There is enough Irish sentiment for it to be a country, right? Why do we insist on keeping this tiny piece of them? Is this like, what are we expecting from that? It's not a Protestant thing, and it's not a Catholic thing. I'm a British Catholic, so you know, like, what does that make me then? I'm both sides? No, listen. This is the Irish a fight for to get British troops off of their soil and to have one country, a whole country. That's an anti-colonial fight, and always has been. Nothing less, nothing more. Okay? And the same thing with the Palestinians. And you know, you'll have some ignorant people who say to the Palestinians, why don't they go to their own country? Right? Or what like, as if they're not already in their own country. Or they say things like, why don't they just go to another Arab country? There are so many Arab countries. Why don't you go back to your country? You're the one who can literally go get citizenship because your grandfather comes from there, or your parents. Palestinians can't do that. Guess what? Because they come from Palestine. They come from there. It's extraordinary to me. It's extraordinary, this kind of mentality, right? And you know, even Ursula von der Leyen bitch is telling you what I have been telling you all this time, that so many Israelis are dual citizens. They have, I mean, please think of what a privilege this is. I know some of us take this for granted, but let's think about how much of a privilege this is. You know, I'm born British, and well, until a few years ago, I was an EU citizen, right? So after Brexit, I'm not. But you know, being British, I have such a privilege. I can go to so many countries. I don't need a visa. If I want to get a visa, I can get a visa very easily. And you know, it's a great privilege to have that. But some people who are Israelis, they not only have an Israeli passport, which you know, having one statehood is all Palestinians one. But the Israelis not only have one passport, an Israeli passport, they have maybe a Polish passport, maybe they have a German passport. They have another European citizenship, which also is a privilege and gets them easy access to the European Union. They can travel in Schengen and everywhere else in the EU. They can even go and live in anywhere of these EU countries with no visa whatsoever. You can just go and, you know, plant your roots and or rather, instead of plant your roots, you already got your roots, right? That's the whole point of what I'm trying to say. They can go back to the countries where their grandparents came from. Now, when I say this, this is very different from these like far right nut jobs. You know, these disgusting like right wing people are like, oh, who are against refugees and go back to where you came from. This is very different, because when the indigenous native population are telling colonial invaders to go back where they came from, it's a very, very different thing from right-wing nut jobs who just hate refugees. Okay, these are very, very different things, right? Nationalism, in the case of Algeria, for example, to kick out the French occupation, is that kind of nationalism is a very different thing when it's anti-colonial. Whereas when you talk about maybe, you know, white nationalism or whatever that is, you know, in America, so far right white nationalists in America or Europe, that is a very different thing, because you can describe a lot of a big chunk of that as definitely being racist, xenophobic, etc. So just so we're clear on that point. So when a Palestinian says, go back to your country because you are literally you are oppressing me in a system of apartheid and treating me like a fifth-class non-citizen, you know, they have a right to say that. And the Israeli who has 2 passports should go back to that other country. And those who don't have it, they can ask for the citizenship. It's very easy to get citizenship if your mother or your grandparents come from a certain country, right? And which applies to almost every single Israeli. Almost every single Israeli, right? Palestinians cannot do that. They cannot do this. And we should not only give them basic dignity, but make up for the stain of British rule in Palestine, which is still being perpetuated to this day by Israel, and make it up, make up for the injustice and apartheid and the killings. Just this morning, Khader Adnan passing away. If make up for all of this, if it's even possible. I don't think it's possible, but there you go. There you go. This is, you know, I know I went into detail because it's my job to do that and I speak politics, but, you know, when it comes to Israel, Palestine, this could not be an easier or simpler issue to grasp. You have Palestinians, who are the native population, being oppressed and ruled over by a minority of European Jewish settlers. It's that simple. And, well, the funny thing is that in the United Nations, you have countries that voted against Palestine being admitted as a member state a few years ago. So even when the Palestinians, without accepting the partition plan, just wanted to be admitted as a member state, they were blocked. They were blocked. And so Palestine has the status of an observer state, or just observer status is what it's called, right? So if you go to the United Nations, and I've been there a million times, you'll have all the flags of the UN member states, and then on the side with a little bit of space, you have the Vatican and you have Palestine as observer status, right? So they're not full members, and you know what's funny? Speaking of observer status, this is another topic, but the Israelis have been trying so long to get observer status in the African Union. Like, again, what the fuck? You got people from Europe trying to pretend they're African now. Like, it's incredible to me, you know. And recently, it's the South African and the Algerian who kicked out the Israeli diplomat from the chamber. Chef's kiss. Do you know why it's Algeria and South Africa? Because the Algerians, they went through hell with the French. They went through hell under French occupation, and the South Africans, they know what apartheid is, and they know what European colonialism is, and these two countries, they know it like that. And I would argue most African countries understand what it is, but at least Algeria and South Africa, the taste of bitterness left over from European colonialism is so omnipresent and you know, continuous, that they thankfully, their political leadership has the spine and the will to stand up for Palestine, right? So I appreciate that from them, and I'm hoping most Arab countries, I think that's slowly changing, they will also have this political will, because they lost it the last decades. You know, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Emirates, you know, everything's been divided, but now you're seeing a new front emerge. So let's see what that front ends up looking like. Okay, now that Iran and Saudi Arabia have made peace, and Syria and Saudi Arabia, and it's a new world that's coming. It's a new world that's coming, and I think this is, for Israel, this is the biggest loss, because Saudi Arabia was next in line, as I told you myself, and many other commentators and journalists did. Saudi Arabia was next in line to make not peace, but to establish ties and to normalize ties with Israel, okay, which again has never happened before, right? Because you had Bahrain and Emirates that did it first, Saudis were going to do that next, but now instead they've gone and there's rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran. So I think that's a punch that the Israelis did not see coming. They did not see that one coming. Okay, so there you go. And thanks for the question, Crypto Queen. Your name's Crypto Queen Ethereum. Is that what the ETH is for? By the way, I told you guys before I accept Ethereum, although I literally have no understanding of crypto for some reason. But yeah, I hope that answered your question. And and thanks for your support. I appreciate it very much. So thanks guys very much for tuning in. Please hit the bell icon so you get a notification next time, because I'm very concerned about the repression of the videos. I feel like sometimes, and no, I feel like I asked you guys in the comments, half of you, like barely half of you, are getting notifications when I go live. So let's try and fix that by setting a fixed time. So basically I go live at a fixed time, or we can have you just put in your email or hit the bell icon and get a notification. I think that's the easiest one. The latter is certainly the easiest one. Okay, so if you want to get an email notification, I'm typing the address here. There you go. It's RichardMedhurst.substack.com. It could not be easier. I'm literally going to put this on the screen. Look, it's so easy. You just, when you click the link, so this is RichardMedhurst.substack.com, it just gives you a box, a white box. You say type your email and you click the green button, you click on subscribe. That's it. It's literally type and click, and then you'll be on the list, and when I go live you get a notification. That's really the only time I ever send people emails, because I hate being spammed by stuff, so I don't spam people, and I only send it when I'm going live and if I publish an article. Okay, so most of my journalism and reporting is over video and broadcasting, but when I'm doing investigative journalism, like in the Assange case or the Yemen blockade and so on, there's a lot to mention, so I put that in there as well. And I highly encourage you to read those when you have the time. And yeah, that's it. And otherwise, please put a bell icon. Please click the bell icon on YouTube. That way you'll get a notification through the app. Adam says, how often do you go live? Adam, I go live every 2-3 days. So yeah. Thank you, Carrie Girl says, keep up the great work, Richie. And Standing Alone says, Richie has one of the absolute best communities anywhere. Love the group here. Yes, I couldn't agree more. I strongly echo your sentiments, and I'm really proud of this community. You guys are very kind, very cool, and I'm always happy to read your comments, and you guys are very, very nice. Hello, Omar. Hello, Lebanese Tips. Lebanese Tips, please give me some more details so I can look into what you said, and or links or whatever resources you can. And thank you very much, Mehdi. Thank you, Carrie Girl. Thank you, Sophia Spirit, for especially Sophia signing up for membership on YouTube is very kind of you. So there you go, guys. It's really simple. I'm grateful if you can donate to support the show, but the strongest support that you can give is to come and watch the live streams, to like the video, to comment, and to share them. This is the biggest support that you can give, and it's not just supporting me, it's supporting independent journalism, and the same can be said with other independent channels. This is how you support us. You can donate, and that's very, very appreciated, but clicking like, sharing the video, and helping us fight the algorithm is really, really the strongest and sincerest form of support, and I'm most grateful. So thank you guys very much. And if you'd like to donate, the links will be below. Claudia is posting them, and yeah, Take care. Bye bye.
Sweden wanted to join NATO. They broke with their decades-long neutral stance. Turkey was one of the only countries, I think, along with Hungary, that was saying, we're not going to let you in, because you need to have consensus, right? You need all the members in NATO to say, okay, you can join. Their bid has kind of been in limbo because Turkey wanted to, extract several concessions. It was very clear that they really want to join NATO in Sweden, and they were doing everything they could to appease the Turks. And then this moron comes in front of the Turkish embassy and burns the Quran. I understand that in their point of view, this is freedom of expression, and you're in Sweden, you can do whatever you like. But you have to remember that if you're trying to get Turkey support, maybe wait until after you've gotten it. I mean, this is just dumb from a diplomatic level. They're doing everything to appease Turkey, and then because of one idiot, they let this go to waste. The Germans and the Americans have decided that it would be a good idea to send Ukraine tanks. German tanks against the Russian. Man, I'm perplexed by this. What do they think is going to happen? Because even if you can train the Ukrainian crews who are used to Soviet tanks to operate British tanks, and then you got to train them to operate German tanks, and then you got to train them to operate American tanks, and that's if they can even maintain the logistical supply line to work with these tanks, to keep them running. What kind of door are you opening now for the Russians to do? I mean, this is very clearly escalation. While Germany and the US are saying, yeah, we're going to give Ukraine tanks, the doomsday clock has been moved to 90 seconds to midnight. So this is basically, it's a measurement of how close we are to the end of the world, to the apocalypse, to annihilating the planet with nuclear weapons, right? And this is the closest it's ever been to midnight, okay? Midnight representing the end. Ukraine's most senior military commander has said that his forces need about 300 Western tanks. Over the last year, NATO allies in Eastern Europe supplied Ukraine with Soviet-era and Russian-made tanks that have been ground down or destroyed in constant fighting. Soviet-era and Russian-made tanks. Now, Ukraine, having been a Soviet satellite state and part of the Soviet Union, it was part of Russia, all of its military personnel being trained on Russian tanks. What do you think they're going to do with American tanks or German tanks, which they are not trained to operate? The Ukrainians know how to operate Russian tanks. That's all they know how to operate. The Ukrainians only use Soviet stuff, right? Until the last couple of years and until now. This is the first major influx of NATO weapons. And again, NATO's been training Ukrainian forces, but Challenger tanks, this is brand new. If they can't even use the tanks that they're trained to use, what makes you so confident they're going to know how to use a Leopard 2 or an M1A2 or a Challenger 2? Man, people train on those things for fucking months and years. Both of these home secretaries, okay, Suella Braverman and Priti Patel, both their parents came to the United Kingdom, and under their own laws as home secretary, they themselves would not have been able to come to the UK, to be born in the UK, and to have a life there. So, the hypocrisy is so disgusting, I got what I wanted, I'm okay, I'm secure, I can live in the UK, I'm the home secretary now I'm going to shut the gates. Now I'm going to screw people that have literally nothing, that are so desperate they're, risking drowning in the Channel or the Mediterranean Sea. People have to resort to risking drowning. They have to resort to, hiding in trucks or swimming across the Channel, if everyone's ever done that, crossing the Channel because of her policies, because she forces people into doing that, right? So you literally have no choice. You have to be in the UK to begin the application. But what are people supposed to do? Just teleport, for 5 minutes, write down the form and just get out of the UK? This is ridiculous. She's a liar, just like her predecessor, Priti Patel. Why is Germany reluctant to give the Ukrainians tanks? That's a really tough one. I wonder why. Germany has long refused to send its most potent weapons to countries in conflict, a byproduct of its legacy of starting World War II and World War I. That's horse manure, because Germany does send weapons to countries in war. Saudi Arabia is one of them. So to get around this, the trick that they use is they don't sell the tanks and the ordnance directly to Saudi Arabia. They move it to Italy, and then from Italy they sell it to the Saudis. So they basically just insert a middleman, and that's how they get around this very, honorable principle of theirs, which they never abide by. You know, if you go and you look up the Yemen war, I mean, you're going to see weapons from fucking everywhere. You know, the Canadians have been selling weapons and making money. Britain, the US, Australia, everyone. And the Germans are no exception. So I mean, this is, the idea is true, but they fucking send weapons. They goddamn do. They do.
Do you see how they move like snakes? Do you see how they move like snakes? They get the media to whisper in your ear, "Oh, don't go on strike. No, don't strike. It'll cripple the economy." Oh. No, it's not, you know, like giving the army 800 billion to fucking bomb, you know, 20 countries. That's okay. That money, we can spare that. But if you go on strike where, oh my god, we're gonna lose like 2 billion a day, well, we can't afford that. You know the Pentagon has been audited, I think 5 times now, and every single audit was failed. That means they don't know where the money's going. The Pentagon is like a black fucking hole that sucks trillions of dollars, and the government doesn't even know where the money's going. I can tell you where it's going. You don't need to audit the Pentagon. I can tell you, me, Richard Medhurst, that money is going towards drug deals, towards arms sales, towards arms purchases, towards CIA fucking budgets and embassy coffee. That's where that shit is going, man. That shit is going to the spooks. That shit's going to the bombers. That shit's going to the paramilitaries. That's where it's going. You don't need to scratch your head. That's where it's going. And apparently that's an acceptable loss. That's an acceptable use of American dollars and taxpayer dollars. But, you know, going on strike, oh, that's too much of an inconvenience. That's the fucking point, man.